Chapter 27:27, Battle of Servants. Chapter 27:27, Battle of Servants. S.H.I. plus U's expression changed greatly, powerful divine essence instantly erupting, and he was about to evade this hoof. He suddenly discovered that this hoof was faster than any kick earlier. This large yellow bull was actually still hiding its strength. S.H.I. plus U urged his divine essence to the extreme in an instant. Even if it was a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he could avoid it too. It was just that, unfortunately, he ran into Big Yellow. He was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. His figure moved swiftly, but Big Yellow's bull hoof followed, like a shadow. Bang! A foot kicked onto his face. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. S.H.I. plus U was defeated too. Who was S.H.I. plus U? He was a top powerhouse among itinerant cultivators, an existence that sex did not dare to provoke too. An itinerant cultivator like him, having powerful strength while being a loner, was the worst to provoke. Although Wei Yu was strong, he was not worth mentioning at all in front of S.H.I. plus U. Hence, that was why he had the capital to pick a fight with Yi Yuan. But one kick, and he was defeated. Ha ha ha, impressive. My Big Yellow is really incredible. Big Yellow, follow me and you'll be invincible under the heavens. Taoist Wu Fong said excitedly. Big Yellow could not be bothered to care about him at all, running back subserviently and handing the heavenly burial water caltrip flower over to Yi Yuan while holding it in his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled. Putting it away, he said to the S.H.I. plus U who had a bull hoof print on his face, my words are still valid. You gathered the 4 Chi pills heavenly medicines, and you can find me to refine it. I'll be keeping this heavenly burial water caltrip flower. Next time, don't be so unscrupulous. Finished saying, Yi Yuan led Big Yellow and went away. This is also too fake, right? Just what realm is this large yellow bull? Why is his bull hoof so formidable? S.H.I. plus U's strength practically doesn't lose to some heavenly sex sect master. He actually couldn't withstand a single hoof kick. Is this the strength of a chaos aberrant? No wonder even Taoist Wu Fong's eyes were emitting light. But the problem is, this large yellow bull is so formidable. On what basis was he subdued by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven? All kinds of discussions came from behind. It was just that no one could give an answer. Originally thought that this ascender was easy to bully, but who knew that he was a tough nut? Don't hit the face when hitting people. This brat actually dares to hit my 7-star heavenly sex face. After I request Second Elder to step forward, I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant or not. Finished saying, Wei Yu turned around and left. When everyone heard it, their brows raised up. The Second Elder that Wei Yu spoke of was called Tang Quan. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven superpowerhouse. If he took action, this brat definitely could not jump around anymore. Looks like Wei Yu was genuinely enraged. Walking into his own courtyard, a young man came up to greet. When Yi Yuan saw him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The young man's complexion was pale, his aura chaotic. One glance, and it was clear that he had considerable internal injuries. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he naturally saw through at a glance that this injury was not light. His days were likely numbered. The young man bowed as he said, This lowly one, Han Fong, pays respect to senior. Cough, cough. Speaking 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. Yi Yuan looked at him and said, With your injuries, you likely won't make it past 2 months. Han Fong's expression changed, the look in his eyes becoming dim very quickly, and he said, This lowly one knows. Yi Yuan was speechless. The Jade True Heavenly Sect actually sent such a sickly invalid to serve him. They really thought highly enough of him. That Zhong Rue was simply showing him ATT. Tude. This Han Feng was merely a lower, greater sublime heaven powerhouse, just a notch stronger than that Jun Tian. In the Jade True Heavenly Sect's outer sect, he was likely just a low-level minor character too. What was even more Nabel was that this guy was clearly just beaten by someone. Furthermore, no punches were pulled. It was clearly aiming for his life. Furthermore, Han Feng's talent was extremely poor. Cultivating like this, he probably could not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum in this lifetime. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Jade True Heavenly Sect really knows how to bully people. However, I like to slap their faces. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out 4 small bottles and directly threw them over and said, Coolly, you take these heavenly pills. Just enter closed seclusion here. 3 days later, whoever beat you until like this, you go and beat them back for me. Han Feng was taken aback and said with a bitter smile, Senior, forget about 3 days. Even if you give me 30 years, it's impossible for me to win against him too. Furthermore, he's currently the servant of 7-star Heavenly Sect's number 1 genius, Wei Yu. After beating him, he likely won't let it slide. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help smiling. It was really coincidental. If I said that 3 days is enough, it will suffice. You consume the heavenly pill in this first vial first. Following that, consume all of the Foundation establishment heavenly pills in these 2 bottles within a day. On the last day, take the heavenly pills in this 4th bottle. Yi Yuan instructed. Grade 2 heavenly pills were already not considered very valuable to the current Yi Yuan. Using them to slap the Jade True Heavenly Sect and Wei Yu's face, Yi Yuan was happy to see it happen. Returning to the house, Han Feng opened the first vial, and his expression could not help changing. 9th grade perfection heavenly healing pill. This heavenly pill was simply a healing sacred medicine to him. Consuming the heavenly healing pill, Han Feng's injuries were completely restored to health in less than half a day. Following that, he started to take the 2nd and 3rd bottles. 9th grade perfection foundation establishment heavenly pill. Han Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The first vial only had 1 heavenly pill. There were 30 foundation establishment heavenly pills in these 2 small bottles. They were all 9th grade perfection. What a grand display! It was still his first time seeing so many 9th grade perfection heavenly pills, having lived until now. When Han Feng finished refining the 30th foundation establishment heavenly pill, he felt like his entire person had been remolded anew. His absorption speed of spiritual energy was dozens of times faster than before. 9th grade perfection heavenly pills were too terrifying, and his realm also directly reached middle greater sublime heaven. On the 2nd day, Han Feng swallowed the heavenly pills in the 4th vial. It was 3 cultivation heavenly pills. The grade already approached the level of heavenly imperial pills. After consuming them, Han Feng directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven on the 3rd day. After leaving seclusion, Han Feng prostrated on the ground to Yi Yuan and said, This lowly one thanks Senior for your great kindness. This lowly one is willing to lay down my life to repay Senior. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop talking rubbish. Go and beat that guy up ruthlessly for me. Han Feng said excitedly, Yes, Senior. 2 hours later, Han Feng returned. Bowing again, he said excitedly, Senior, he has already been maimed by me. He can forget about getting up from his bed in a month. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Good job. Over there, Wei Yu was in a thunderous rage. He already knew that the one who beat him was Yi Yuan's servant. He did not dare to find Yi Yuan, so he ran in front of Zhong Rui angrily and questioned, "Zhong Rui, does your Jade True heavenly sect still have any respect for our 7-star heavenly sect? The servant that you arranged for me actually can't compare to that B-A-S-T-A-R-D ascenders." Zhong Rui also got the news already and knew what Wei Yu was talking about. Except he was very puzzled too. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Younger brother Wei, you've wronged me. People I arranged for you were the outer sect's top few powerhouses. The one arranged for Yi Yuan was the outer sect's last place. Furthermore, he was even seriously injured. Who knew that he only used 3 days and actually directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven?" Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. What? 3 days? Wei Yu got a shock too. An outer sect disciple, forget about 3 days. It was impossible to break through 2 minor realms in 3 years too. When he thought about it, there was only a heavenly alchemist that could accomplish this. Wei Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Could it be that he's a heavenly alchemist, but he's an ascender?" It was difficult for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists. This was general knowledge. Although the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions now, this kind of extremely high-quality heavenly pill, even if it was a grade 1 heavenly pill, it rarely strayed outside too. Hence, it was naturally very hard for Wei Yu, they all to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Zhong Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Even if it's my Jade True heavenly sect's first seat, he also can't make someone break through 2 minor realms within 3 days. Moreover, that Hanfang's apartment, is extremely poor." Wei Yu's expression turned sullen, and he said with a cold snort, "Who cares what he is? Provoking my 7-star heavenly sect, the outcome can only be death. Second Elder will be exiting seclusion tomorrow. I'll go and personally request him to take action." As he said, Wei Yu left angrily. A day later, Tang Quan exited seclusion. "Second Elder, that brat is really too condescending. He doesn't place my 7-star heavenly sect in his eyes at all. You have to help me avenge this grudge." Wei Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, for the 5 days had already said, the 2-hoof prints on his face still had not dissipated completely. Hearing Wei Yu's words, Tang Quan waved his hand and said, "Coolly, merely a clown jumping around, that's all. Let him be arrogant for a few days first. On the day we set off, I'll kill him with my own hands. At that time, it can also showcase my 7-star heavenly sect's strength." In the eyes of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, there was nothing more that they held in awe and veneration other than Saint Sovereign Heaven. During the Mystic Realm trip this time, True Yang Heavenly Domain's few major heavenly sects all sent quite a number of powerhouses over. At that time, it would definitely be a massive lineup. Killing people during that occasion as a sacrificial offering was undoubtedly the best way to showcase one's strength. Getting Yi Yuan's benefits, Han Fang naturally answered every question that Yi Yuan had. Yi Yuan also knew that with Han Fang's status, it was impossible to know much of Jade True heavenly sect secrets. However, Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about Jade True heavenly sect's situation. It was a hazy night. Yi Yuan brought Big Yellow and exhibited spatial rule, sneaking into the night with the wind. Master Ye's concealment technique is not the least bit inferior to Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan's means, Big Yellow exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan's application of spatial rule already reached a transcendent realm. Saint Sovereign Heaven comprehended heavenly Tao, using Tao spells being a given, and they could hide their bodies at will. but Yi Yuan was just Jade Sovereign Heaven, and yet he actually already had such means. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come, take a walk around the main peak first. See if we can hear any news, or not." While talking, the two arrived on the main peak of Jade True Heavenly Sect. "Master Yi, the main peak is so big. How do we eavesdrop?" Big Yellow asked, puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly closed his eyes. A faintly discernible undulation slowly spread out. Big Yellow's bull eyes went wide, revealing a look of disbelief. Soul technique. He could feel that Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out in a certain manner, just like tidewater covering the entire main peak. Furthermore, this kind of undulation was barely perceptible. It was hard to detect at all. He was Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was how he barely managed to detect this undulation. One could imagine, unless Jade True Heavenly Sect had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, otherwise they would not be able to find Yi Yuan at all. This move was a soul technique in the divine emergence, divine contact. Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out like tentacles. Using it to investigate information was the most useful. Furthermore, this move was extremely secretive. Unless one's origin divinity was much stronger than Yi Yuan, otherwise it would be impossible to discover. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence. One really could not find more than a few whose origin divinity was stronger than his in Jade Sovereign Heaven realm. Perhaps Taoist Wu Fang's origin divinity could compete with him. But there was basically no hope of discovering this move. The moment divine contact was released, a lot of information burrowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Entering the mystic realm this time, our Jade True Heavenly Sect absolutely cannot allow any mistakes. Whether or not our Jade True Heavenly Sect can find the Heavenspan Mountain and revitalize the sect will depend on this trip. Head Elder, this sect master will be personally entering the mystic realm this time. The sect's affairs will be entrusted to you. Sect master, rest assured. Leave the sect to this old man. It's just that true young heavenly domains, 7 great heavenly sects, are all here this time. Adding in quite a number of itinerant cultivators, there are no less than 300 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Is there really no problem? This is also something that can't be helped. With Ancestor Jade True's ability, he still fell inside back then. Now, if we don't find more cannon fodders, we have no chance of finding the Heavenspan Mountain at all. Sigh. Hope that Ancestor Jade True will bless us so that we can find the Heavenspan Mountain. This old man heard that there might even be Saint Exalts entering the mystic realm this time. You all have to be careful. Rest assured. Our goal is only the Heavenspan Mountain, a mere heavenly spirit treasure. Saint Exalts will despise it. However, the things that they want probably won't be so easy to obtain too. Back then, 9 great Saint Exalts entered sacred Civ Mystic realm, but only Zhuo Bufan alone came out. It can be imagined, that place isn't some nice place. Big Yellow discovered that Yi Yuan's expression became increasingly gloomy. Hearing this conversation, Yi Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Listening to the meaning in these words, could it be that the Heavenspan world had actually been exposed? But in that remote place, Yi Yuan also acted covertly. How could it be discovered? Yi Yuan furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out after racking his brains. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on understanding some of Jade True Heavenly Sect's secrets, then leaving right away. But looking at it now, he would have to make a trip with the main force. The sacred Civ Mystic realm that Jade True Sect Master talked about. Yi Yuan felt confused about it. The Heavenspan Mountain was merely a dilapidated small kiliacosm that did not even have a heavenly stratum powerhouse. It was clearly not some sacred Civ Mystic realm. But J-True's sacred Civ Mystic Realm said that 9 great Saint Exalts entered sacred Civ Mystic Realm. That place should also be the last place where Yen J-True fell. All of these were like a mystery. For this, he had no choice but to make a trip. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm trip this time was likely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The place that even the likes of Zhuobu Fan and Yen J-True were moved by, it was clearly not where ordinary Jade's sovereign heavens could set foot in. Therefore, this mystic realm was likely to attract many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to come. At that time, it likely could not dispense with a bout of terrible fighting, and what Yi Yuan was more worried about was that if the sacred Civ Mystic Realm was really in the Heavenspan world, then with so many heavenly stratum powerhouses entering, the Heavenspan world would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Back then, a group of people entering the immortal Grove world almost completely destroyed the small world. And the destructive power of heavenly stratum powerhouses was on a completely different level from those Empyreans and heavenly emperors back then. Heavenly stratum, that was a supreme realm. Even the most ordinary, lesser, sublime heavenly stratum was a supreme G. Oh, D in the lower realms too. They would be able to slaughter hundreds of millions of living things with a wave of a hand. Quietly withdrawing divine contact, Yi Yuan withdrew from the main peak, then headed to a mountain at the back. Master Yi, what happened? Your expression is very ugly, Big Yellow asked worriedly. Chapter 27-29, Grand Mist Energy. Chapter 27-29, Grand Mist Energy. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, entering the mystic realm this time might even be very dangerous for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Big Yellow, you go back to the Myriad Demons Mountain first. What's Master Yi saying? Since Big Yellow followed Master Yi, I naturally have to ensure Master Ye's safety. No matter how dangerous this mystic realm is, Big Yellow will accompany you too. Big Yellow said, without hesitation. Yi Yuan's words were not a probe either. He did not have that kind of contractual relations. I plus P with Big Yellow, and Big Yellow was not really his mount either. Big Yellow was straightforward, simple-minded, but Big Yellow was not stupid. It could be seen from the fact that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan regardless of life or death. What he set his mind on, he would not turn back. Going with Yi Yuan would be risky, but the payback would be higher. After leaving, it would be difficult to want to follow Yi Yuan again. Big Yellow's heart was like a clear mirror. However, he had indeed never thought about leaving before either. If not for Yi Yuan, he could forget about stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven in this lifetime too. Therefore, he did not consider it at all and answered Yi Yuan, J-True Heavenly Sex ancestor, a Saint Exalt powerhouse who had once commanded the 5 great heavenly regions, perished there too. Do you really want to go? Big Yellow nodded and said, yes, why wouldn't I go? Don't you humans have a saying called, wealth and opportunity come with danger? Maybe this trip is my Big Yellow's lucky chance? When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, okay, then let's challenge this sacred Civ Mystic realm. Since Big Yellow was risking his life to accompany him, Yi Yuan would naturally remember it in his heart. J-True Heavenly Sect, Jade Fork Peak. There were countless restrictions here enveloping it. This Jade Fork Peak was J-True Heavenly Sect's greatest forbidden land that Han Fong talked about. This place, apart from the sect master, and, body was to approach it. When the J-True Heavenly Sect was at its prime, extremely powerhouse restrictions had once been laid down here. Even Saint Sovereign Heavens would find it hard to intrude inside too. Feeling this terrifying restriction undulation, Big Yellow felt deep terror strike his heart too. He felt danger. Master Yi, this place, Big Yellow can't enter it either. Why don't we leave first? After going back, we'll slowly think of a way, Big Yellow said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Already came, what's the hurry? He was pacing around the entrance and saw that there was a groove on a stone pier very quickly, its shape very odd. But when Yi Yuan saw this groove, his eyes lit up, the heaven-span mountain already in his palm. This groove shape was exactly the same as the base of the heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan placed the heaven-span mountain into the groove. Those terrifying restrictions dissipated without a trace in an instant. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It can actually work like this. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This treasure was Yen Jade True's in the first place. It's all too normal that he uses the heaven-span mountain as the formation eye. Without restrictions, the two people traveled unimpeded all the way straight up to the top of the mountain. However, walking along the way, it was very normal. There was no suspicious area at all. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Strange, since this Jade Fork Peak is called a forbidden area, it's impossible that it's just a bare mountain, right? Could it be? His gaze looked towards the 100,000-foot abyss ahead. Big Yellow! Yi Yuan cried out lightly and leaped, jumping down the bottomless chasm with Big Yellow. But the moment he jumped, Yi Yuan's heart thumped. A powerful and strange force made his figure plummet rapidly, falling down at this speed. Even if he was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he would definitely die, without a doubt, too. In his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said, Quickly urge the Myriad Realms mountain. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization and hurriedly took the heaven-span mountain out again and injected divine essence to stimulate it. Yi Yuan's figure came to an abrupt halt and actually floated in the air. Seeing this, he let out a slight sigh in relief too. Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven after all. Although he was somewhat jumbled, he could barely manage to stabilize his figure. Yi Yuan was sweating large droplets, and he said, I was still careless. I didn't expect that there's actually still this kind of strange power behind this cliff. This power isn't from the restrictions. It seems to be formed naturally. But in his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said excitedly, Stinky brat, you've picked up a treasure. Grand mist energy spanning more than 10,000 miles. This is a force field formed by grand mist energy. There's definitely grand mist energy in this mountain. With it, your Myriad Realms mountain will be able to elevate to a grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said in pleasant surprise, There's actually such a thing? Really obtained it effortlessly, without even looking for it. Ever since learning about the Heavenspan Mountain's true origin, Yi Yuan constantly wanted to restore it to its peak state. He did not expect to actually encounter grand mist energy here. Mi Tian said, You urge the Myriad Realms mountain and find the area with the strongest force field. That place is the entrance. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and started urging the Heavenspan mountain. He relaxed his body and mind and relied entirely on the Heavenspan mountain to sense. The more divine essence injected, it meant the stronger the force field there. Very soon, he saw a deep hole on the cliff. That's it, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. He could feel waves of mysterious undulations coming from inside. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help clicking his tongues in wonder too. Entering the cave, Yi Yuan could not help saying with a sigh, Even if one knows that there's a precious treasure on this cliff, without Saint Sovereign Heaven strength, it's impossible to obtain it too. He was unable to overcome that strange force field, even when he employed spatial rule. If ordinary Jade, Sovereign Heavens, came here, there would only be one outcome. That was falling to their deaths. Big Yellow nodded and said, This force field carries the might of heaven. It's rather terrifying. Want to come here? It at least needs half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven strength too. The two people walked along the entrance of the cave. The deeper they went in, the more they felt a powerful undulation transmit over. The light gradually brightened. It also became wider and wider inside. Yi Yuan saw that there was a milky white barrier in front of him that blocked the way. He could feel waves of chaos aura emitting from inside this milk-white barrier. And amidst the chaos, there was a small CLU-S tur of pale yellow air ma. S, giving off an even more solid and mysterious aura. Presumably, that was the grand mist energy that Mitian was talking about. I didn't expect that there's actually a boundary wall in this tiny sect. No wonder grand mist energy would appear here. Most likely, this myriad realms mountain pa-s said through from the boundary wall. That's how it landed here. That fool who obtained the myriad realms mountain definitely doesn't know that this power is grand mist energy, being stupid to the extreme. Mitian said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he sighed and said, this Yen Jie-Tru was sitting on a treasure mountain, but didn't know it. Yet, he wanted to use the Heavenspan world's power to repair the Heavenspan mountain? How ironic! Utilizing grand mist energy, it was possible to repair the Heavenspan mountain and even let it become a grand mist treasure. But Yen Jie-Tru clearly did not know it all. Horizon determined behavior. No matter how strong Yen Jie-Tru was, he was also merely a local tyrant. That was all. Senior, that's grand mist energy? Yi Yuan pointed at that pale yellow air ma. S and asked. Mitian nodded and said, that's right. However, this grand mist energy is a little lacking. I'm afraid that it can only let your myriad realms mountain break through to a grade 1 grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan smiled and said, being able to reach grand mist treasure is already very good. How do I take it out? Chapter 2730, Coquettish Profligate Hoof. Chapter 2730, Coquettish Profligate Hoof. You restore your true dragon form. I'll teach you. Mitian said. When Yi Yuan heard that the dragon might in his body billowed to the sky, very soon he transformed into an azure dragon form that was several hundred feet long. The moment the true dragon appeared, Big Yellow's bull eyes directly became wide saucers, and he said in alarm and terror, why you? How can you true dragon? True dragons were chaos true spirits, being extremely rare. True dragons had never appeared on Rainclear Continent before. Now, he actually met a true dragon. How could he not be shocked? He never dreamed that not only was Yi Yuan a remarkable heavenly alchemist, he was actually also a true dragon. No need to make a fuss. I have half-dragon race lineage, so transforming into a true dragon isn't a big deal. Yi Yuan said. Why you said it too lightly? Chaos true spirits are the darling of heaven. Each one is an incomparably formidable existence. You're actually of the dragon race. Big Yellow said speechlessly. Swaz. H. Plus right at this time, a figure actually dashed out of the boundary wall. The arrival said in shock and anger, who is it to actually dare trace Ba? S my Jie-Tru's forbidden land. When Yi Yuan saw it, he was shocked in his heart too. He did not expect that a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was actually hidden in the Jie-Tru heavenly sect's forbidden land. In front of him was an old man in tattered clothing, looking thin and emaciated like he was about to kick the bucket. He looked very terrifying. There's actually a 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven here. This little bull is likely not his match. Mitian was a little surprised, as he said. Yi Yuan was even more surprised when he heard it. This old man was actually a 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven, although transcending tribulations would not increase the strength of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Wanting to successfully transcend tribulations required powerful strength in itself. So Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses often used the number of tribulations to differentiate strength too. This old man could transcend the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 3 times. His strength could be seen at a glance. Big Yellow had not even transcended a Tao tribulation once. Hence, he was naturally not a match. When the old man saw Yi Yuan, he could not help but get a shock too, and said, "True dragon!" A true dragon actually appeared in Rainclear Continent. Ha ha! This exalt just happened to be lacking a mount. Since you delivered yourself to the door, then this exalt won't be courteous. After the surprise, the old man's first reaction was actually to capture Yi Yuan and use him as a mount. A true dragon as a mount. Not only would it gain face, there would be a great helper in the future. It just so happened that Yi Yuan's current strength was not strong, it was just right to capture. But before Yi Yuan said anything, the Meteon in his sea of consciousness was already beyond furious. Yi Yuan only felt a heinous fury, almost wanting to immolate him completely in his sea of consciousness. Ignorant fool, truly monstrous audacity. My dragon race is of a supreme, true spirit. You actually dare to have this idea. Prepare to bear my wrath. With this sentence, Meteon did not communicate it with Yi Yuan's through divine sense, but he said it to the old man. That voice was furious to the extreme. When this voice appeared, it gave the old man and Big Yellow a fright at the same time. Little bull, listen to my command. Pummel this old man into a patty for me. Meteon's voice appeared again and said to Big Yellow. Big Yellow suddenly came to his senses and said worriedly, "Master Yi, see could it be that you were taken possession of?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This is a senior that's residing in my body. Him being willing to give you pointers. That's your lucky chance." The moment Big Yellow heard, he could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But he also understood that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was definitely a true dragon as well. To dare talk about giving pointers to a Saint Sovereign Heaven, this senior's strength was likely extremely terrifying. It was just that the old man was disapproving and said disdainfully, "Some guy who doesn't even have a physical body. You also want to deal with this exalt?" This exalt's 3 Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations weren't transcended in vain. Ha! A Saint Sovereign Heaven little fellow on a remote continent actually dares to speak to this old man in this manner. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Meteon said with a cold laugh. The old man sneered and said, "Is that so? Then let this exalt witness it." It was only to see the old man's palm move slightly. A terrifying force condensed and formed in his hand. This was the power of a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. With every movement and action, it was heavenly Tao rules. The moment the old man moved, Big Yellow's face revealed a solemn expression. This old man's strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Saint Exalt Bull Demon. Relax, listen to me. Bloodline power is hidden in Shunkei, Guan Yuan. Activate heavenly Tao rule. Meteon talked extremely fast, guiding Big Yellow to revolve bloodline power. Big Yellow did not dare to be neglectful, immediately complying. Suddenly, rules shook in the cave. The heavenly Tao rule, inspired in Big Yellow's body, actually Serpa S, said the old man's very quickly. When the old man saw the situation, his expression suddenly changed. However, it was Big Yellow's first time in the end. He was not as skilled as the old man. The old man completed his move very quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, he smacked the palm over. Meteon was unhurried and said coolly, "All right, kick your hoof." Big Yellow's body became very contorted at this moment. That appearance looked very coquettish, very profligate, but the power was very strong. Big Yellow's bull face turned red from holding it in. It was as if boundless power had been suppressed within his body. Arg! Big Yellow let out a cry very unrestrainedly and kicked a hoof out extremely coquettishly. The old man cried out miserably, directly SMAs. I plus ing and embedding in the boundary wall by this hoof, spurting fresh blood out of his mouth. Succeeding with one strike, Big Yellow was not excited, but looked at Yi Yuan with a resentful look and said, "Senior, must you perform the move like this?" The movement earlier was seriously too coquettish. Even he felt a little embarrassed, as said, but the power was really strong. Big Yellow could feel that the old man's palm earlier was extremely powerful, but under a head-to-head confrontation, he was actually directly sent flying. Mi Tian laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, comparing depravedness, you're still far from it." Back then, Heavenly Bull's coquettish profligate hoof was really profligate. His coquettish profligate hoof even directly pierced through the boundary wall. His posture was 1,000 times more euphoric than yours. Practice it well. If you practice this move well, it will be enough for you to benefit for life. Uft. When Yi Yuan heard, he nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood and said, "How can there be someone who could create such a coquettish move?" Rather, when Big Yellow heard it, his expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, Heavenly Bull, could it be that Senior was a Chaos Heavenly Bull?" Mi Tian smiled and said, being able to be friends with this old man, he was naturally a Chaos Heavenly Bull. Big Yellow drew a deep breath, his heart astonished to the extreme. Chaos Heavenly Bull was their lineage's supreme bloodline. The ultimate goal of them working hard to transform was the Chaos Heavenly Bull bloodline. It was just that Chaos Heavenly Bulls were like true dragons, extremely rare. To the Rain-Clear continent, it was naturally something impossible. Big Yellow did not expect that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was actually such a level of existence. It was truly shocking to the extreme. All right, you've already displayed this coquettish profligate hoof before. Although there's still a long way from learning the rudiments, it's enough to deal with this moron. I'll leave the rest to you. As he said, he ignored Big Yellow but turned to Yi Yuan and said, "All right, urge your true dragon power to the extreme and place your dragon horn on the boundary wall. Use your heart to feel Heavenly Tao rules. My true dragon race is born from chaos. Hence, we can naturally merge into chaos." Chapter 2731, Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Chapter 2731, Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Yi Yuan complied and placed his dragon horn on the boundary wall. Swuz. Plus outside of Yi Yuan's expectations, his body actually rushed straight into the boundary wall, and he stumbled. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback. He was still wondering how difficult it would be. He did not expect that he would come in so easily. "Senior, it doesn't seem as hard as imagined," Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. Mi Tian had a confused look too, and said, "You brat. Ah, I understand. You cultivate the cultivation method of the Lord of Chaos, and are very attuned to chaos in itself, coupled with the affinity of the true dragon race. Entering the boundary wall becomes very easy. However, don't be happy too early either. With your bit of strength, you can't walk very far at all." Yi Yuan walked towards that yellow airma, S, and said with a smile, "Being able to get the grand mist energy will do. How should I refine it?" Myriad Realms Mountain said, "You send the Myriad Realms Mountain into the grand mist energy, then follow the method that I say. Guide grand mist energy in bit by bit. Take note, there mustn't be the slightest mistake during this process. Otherwise, not only will it fall short of success at the last stage, it will even damage the Myriad Realms Mountain. And this CLUS, tour of grand mist energy, would also be wasted." As he said, Mi Tian imparted the refining method to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan arrived next to the Grand Mist Energy and sent the Heavenspan Mountain into the Grand Mist Energy according to the refining method that Mi Tian talked about. Over there, the old man who was fighting fiercely with Big Yellow seemed to have felt it, his entire body suddenly trembling. His eyes were glued onto the Heavenspan Mountain, the look in his eyes full of shock. Heavenspan Mountain. The Heavenspan Mountain is actually in his hands. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, who would have guessed that the Heavenspan Mountain that the Jade True Heavenly Sect had been searching bitterly for from top to bottom actually came back by itself. Bang! Just as the old man was in shock, Big Yellow showed off coquettishness, and a hoof kick arrived again. The old man was caught off guard, and directly had a kick stomped on his face. The old man's nosebleed overflowed, only feeling that the entire world was spinning. Big Yellow had a disdainful look as he said, "Still getting distracted when fighting. Are you looking down on people?" The straightforward and good-natured Big Yellow actually became full of uninhibitedness when talking. The old man endured the pain and said in a solemn voice, "Who the H-E-L are you guys? Why would the Heavenspan Mountain be in your hands?" Big Yellow said coolly, "Want to know? Wait until this exalt beats you to a cripple first. In a while, Master Yi will naturally come and tell you." The old man looked at Big Yellow hatefully and said, "You, a dignified Saint Exalt, is actually going to be a puny little Jade Sovereign Heaven's hired thug." Big Yellow said disdainfully, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? You think that 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven is very strong, but following this master, ye will have greater possibilities. All right, enough rubbish. Watch out for my hoof." After he finished talking, it was another coquettish profligate hoof. Got to admit, although this move that Mi Tian imparted looked very sing, its power was really strong. Each kick was illusory, extremely hard to ascertain. Wanting to defend was incredibly difficult. The old man had just taken a hit. His entire person was still in upheaval. Hence, how could he take this kick? Big Yellow unforgiving after gaining the momentum too, each hoof attack being stronger than the last. Refining Grand Mist Energy was not considered very difficult to Yi Yuan. This process was very complicated. It was a very delicate job. But for Yi Yuan, meticulousness was one of his greatest strong points. The process of refining a grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pill was many times more complicated than this. He similarly would not make any mistakes. That small CLUS tur of Grand Mist Energy became smaller and smaller. The aura of the Heavenspan Mountain became increasingly unfathomable. This was precisely the hallmark of a Grand Mist treasure. When the last trace of Grand Mist Energy was refined, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, his face revealing a joyful expression. This trip to the Jade True Heavenly Sect was really not in vain. Although the Dragon Spring Sword was good, in terms of potential, it was still the Heavenspan Mountain that was better. This treasure could follow him as he cultivated all the way to an extremely high realm. Mi Tian also said there were not many treasures comparable to the Myriad Realms Mountain in this world. Bringing the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan withdrew out of the boundary wall. Over there, the old man had already been kicked by Big Yellow until he was covered in wounds and was almost biting the dust. It was also that a Saint Sovereign Heaven could take a beating. Otherwise, with Big Yellow's strength, the old man would have long been laid flat. However, looking at Big Yellow's coquettish appearance, Yi Yuan still could not resist bursting into laughter. Compared to normally, Big Yellow had simply become like a different person. With the intention of testing the Heavenspan Mountain's power, Yi Yuan silently recited a spell. The Heavenspan Mountain immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and smashed toward the old man. Yi Yuan grasped the timing perfectly, coordinating closely with Big Yellow. The old man was caught by surprise, his back suffering a heavy blow, only to see him spurt a mouthful of blood wildly, directly collapsing onto the ground and staying there. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being secretly speechless too. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain was more than 100 times stronger than before. In fact, its power was more than a magnitude stronger than the dragon's spring sword. Just a small CLU's tur of grand mist energy, and its power actually had such a big increase. Seeing that the old man had lost his combat capacity, Big Yellow stopped attacking too. The other party was still strong in the end. Even if he learned the coquettish profligate hoof, he was still unable to take the other party down within a short time. The battle between Saint Sovereign Heavens was very difficult. It was far too difficult to want to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan gave Big Yellow a big thumbs up and praised Big Yellow really coquettish. Plus, Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful glance and said, "Master Yi, stop making fun of me." Yi Yuan burst out laughing when he heard that. Who the H-E-L-L are you? Why would our Jade True Heavenly Sex Heavenspan Mountain be in your hands? The old man still could not resist asking. Jade True Heavenly Sect had already lost the Heavenspan Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. Now that he saw it again, how could he not be excited? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Your Jade True Heavenly Sex Heavenspan Mountain? Ha! Yen Jade True obtained the Heavenspan Mountain here, right? He was merely one of the Heavenspan Mountain's masters. That's all. Presently, I'm its master." The old man looked at the Heavenspan Mountain in Yi Yuan's hands, and his pupils could not help constricting. The Heavenspan Mountain actually already became a grand mist treasure. When fighting just now, the Heavenspan Mountain absorbed that mysterious CLU's tur of power in the boundary wall and broke through. One had to know, with Yen Jade True's strength, it was impossible to let the Heavenspan Mountain become a grand mist treasure too. What in the world was this young man's background? Also, that mysterious person dwelling in his body was a figure who was even terrifying to the extreme, casually giving pointers to Big Yellow, and it made his strength eclipse his. This level of means, it was what even he, this Saint Sovereign Heaven, could not imagine. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would not believe it at all. Jade True Heavenly Sect really concealed deeply. I didn't expect that you guys actually still had a 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven. Let me ask you, what kind of place is the mystic realm that your Jade True Heavenly Sect is going to this time? Yi Yuan asked. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Sacred Civ Mystic Realm is a magnificent continent. There are countless precious treasures in there. However, immense danger is also held in store. Back then, 7 great Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens were killed until the sky was rent asunder, and the earth split open in order to obtain the treasure inside. Ancestor Jade True also fell there. However, only the 7 of them knew the location of the sacred Civ Mystic Realm. Only all the way until recently, when a phenomenon suddenly happened there, was it discovered by us." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Where is that sacred Civ Mystic Realm?" The old man said, "In Clyde Forest." Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sect. Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, it was Inklight Forest. What location in Inklight Forest? Yi Yuan's tone became solemn. The old man gave a coordinate, but wasn't that precisely the site that the Heavenspan world was at? At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had any hope of getting lucky in his heart. It was just that he was very perplexed. Why would the Heavenspan world have associations with this whatever sacred Civ Mystic realm? Yi Yuan started worrying about Liur they all. He frowned and said, "What kind of abnormalities happened there?" The old man answered, "A few days ago, Blood, light suddenly rose to the sky there, dyeing the dark night red, linking all sorts of rumors previously. Only then did we confirm that that place is the sacred Civ mystic realm." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his heart being in a flus. "Have you all sent people in before?" The old man shook his head and said, "The Blood light is extremely strong right now. We can't enter at all. However, that light is currently weakening and will be able to enter very soon. We don't have assurance. That's why we sent out the hero invitations, inviting more powerhouses to enter together." But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more worried. He did not know what kind of change happened in the Heavenspan world. Are they all still well? Big Yellow, send him on his way. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Right." Big Yellow received the order and directly ended the old man. Bang! In a secret chamber of the Jade True Heavenly Sect, it specially enshrined a life tablet. That place was the previous generation sect master's life tablet. The disciple guarding the hall was suddenly startled awake, and his expression could not help changing wildly. "Things are bad. Ancestor Lu Jingxin's life tablet has shattered." Jade True Heavenly Sect's upper echelons fell into extreme shock and panic very quickly. At this critical juncture, the Jade True Heavenly Sect's greatest trump card, the three tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven Ancestor, actually died. Jade True Heavenly Sect's sect master, Chen Tai, returned from Jade Fork Peak, his expression terrifyingly grim. There were only him and Head Elder, two people, who knew that Lu Jingxin existed. "Sect Master, what in the world happened? Who could kill Ancestor?" Head Elder said with a sorrowful face, "Don't know who did it, but it's definitely a Saint Sovereign Heaven that's lurking among those people. Not only did he kill Ancestor, he even took away that mysterious power at the back mountain. What ruthless means. This is equivalent to severing our Jade True Heavenly Sect's lineage." Talking until here, Chun Tai gnashed his teeth in hatred. But more of it was helplessness. The reason why Lu Jingxin was able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was entirely because of comprehending that CLU's Tur of Grand Mist energy. However, Lu Jingxin actually could not leave that cave at all, because his fourth Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was long overdue. He could HI plus ELD Heaven's secrets inside that cave and delay the arrival of the fourth Tao tribulation. This was also the reason why the Jade True Heavenly Sect would decline. No successors, but as long as he was around, he would be the Jade True Heavenly Sect's guardian deity. Now, the deity was dead. The mysterious power that could help step into Saint Sovereign Heaven also disappeared. There was still no news about the Heavenspan Mountain. The Jade True Heavenly Sect was really on the verge of extinction this time. Yi Yuan did not know that him taking away the Grand Mist energy would cause such a heavy loss to the Jade True Heavenly Sect. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. He did not have any good impression of the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the first place. If not for Yen Jade True, how could the Heavenspan world have been deceived for hundreds of millions of years? "What should we do now?" Head Elder said with a solemn face. "Absolutely can't let the outside world know about this matter. We must pretend like everything's fine. The sacred Civ Mystic Realm trip this time is our last chance. As long as we can find the Heavenspan Mountain, Jade True Heavenly Sect will still have hope of continuing." Chun Tai said in a solemn voice. Their Saint Sovereign Heaven was dead, and they did not even dare to investigate it. They could only swallow the grievance. A month's time passed, said in a flash. Several hundred powerhouses were gathered in Jade True Heavenly Sect. There naturally could not dispense with some friction. But ever since Big Yellow knocked I plus you over with a kick, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Everyone knew that the large yellow bull next to him was not to be trifled with. In the marketplace, Yi Yuan found a lot of good stuff. On the day of departure, Yi Yuan already could not wait for it. Chen Tai arrived before everyone and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. Chen Tai is endlessly grateful. The sacred Civ mystic realm opening this time. This sect promises everyone that as long as we find Ancestor Jade True's Heavenspan Mountain, we won't take anything else. But if anyone wants to SNATCH the Heavenspan Mountain from this sect, the Jade True Heavenly Sect will be irreconcilable till death with them. Although our ancestor Jingxin is in close seclusion all year round, if you really provoke him into taking action, it's likely that no one will gain any advantage." When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not resist exchanging a glance with Big Yellow. Although he did not know Lu Jingxin this name, he guessed it too. This Chen Tai actually used a dead person to threaten everyone. It was really impressive enough. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not express anything. If he showed it, it would mean that he was killed by him. There was no benefit apart from becoming the common target for scorn. Moreover, there were likely hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Jade Sovereign Heavens present. Sect Master Chen, rest assured. We only seek natural treasures and won't fight with you. Yeah, we're entering the sacred Civ mystic realm merely in order to seek a lucky chance to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. That's your Jade True Heavenly Sects. We won't SNATCH it. The moment Chen Tai said it, everyone's hearts turned fearful, making their positions known one after another. Legends had it that the Jade True Heavenly Sect was still hiding a Saint Sovereign Heaven. No one knew whether it was real or fake, but most believed it. After all, Jade True Heavenly Sect was once True Yang's #1 sect, its foundation being extremely deep. Seeing everyone make known their positions, Chen Tai was very satisfied too, and said with a nod, "All right, everyone, let's set off." Wait a minute. Everyone was just about to move out when Tang Quan spoke up. Seeing him open his mouth, everyone knew that there was a show to watch. These few days, they had been curious all along. The 7-star Heavenly Sect was not easy to deal with, got slapped in the face for no reason, but did not fight back. Everyone was finding it odd, but they did not expect that Tang Quan was waiting here. "What is it, Elder Tang?" Chen Tai asked. Tang Quan looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly, "Wei Yu is our 7-star Heavenly Sect's next sect master." Someone actually dared to slap his face. It's equivalent to slapping our 7-star Heavenly Sect's face. In this true Yang heavenly domain, no one dares to slap my 7-star Heavenly Sect's face yet. Today, in front of everyone, we naturally have to gain back this face. Everyone present was shrewd. They naturally knew Tang Quan's intention of doing so. He was using this incident to shock all of the true Yang Heavenly Sect's powerhouses that his 7-star Heavenly Sect was not to be provoked. In reality, there were really not many people who dared to provoke the 7-star Heavenly Sect, even if the other person's strength was lacking. But Yi Yuan was one of those few people. When Wei Yu saw Tang Quan speak up, he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, today, kneel down and acknowledge your fault in front of everybody, and waste your own cultivation. Then, deliver that large yellow bull to the 7-star Heavenly Sect. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, you can forget about going anywhere today." When everyone heard, they could not help secretly applauding. Wei Yu was well deserving of being a sect master successor. His mind was very meticulous too. He had clearly seen through this large yellow bull's extraordinariness too. That was why he would say that. If the seven-star heavenly sect obtained Big Yellow and groomed him, he would surely be a major combat force in the future. Chapter 2733. Get coquetous.h. Plus, Chapter 2733. Get coquetous. H. Plus, it's fun now, with a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven taking action. That punk can't be arrogant anymore, right? It felt great when slapping faces, but the consequences are very severe. He could have provoked others, but he had to provoke True Yang's #1 major sect, 7-star heavenly sect, an ascender really acting recklessly and blindly. Seeing Tang Quan speak up, many people harbored the idea of gloating over others' misfortune. The vast majority present were all indigenous powerhouses. They were not welcoming to ascenders to begin with. They naturally did not want Yi Yuan to ride on their heads. Chun Tai's eyes also narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "There's actually such a thing? Boy, you actually dare to make a move against the 7-star heavenly sex people on the Jade True heavenly sex territory. Kneel down now and apologize to Elder Tang. This sect can guarantee you from death." Lu Jingxin was already dead. Jade True heavenly sect needed a powerful ally. 7-star heavenly sect was obviously the best ally. Why would he care about the life and death of an ascender? Befriending Tang Quan in this matter was naturally a great deal. It was just that he did not know that the ones who killed Lu Jingxin and plunged the Jade True heavenly sect into an unprecedented crisis was precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. With Chun Tai making his stance known, it held tremendous weight. With two great heavenly sects making their positions known at the same time, if Yi Yuan did not lower his head, there would be no place to shelter him in the True Yang heavenly domain anymore. "Hey, boy, lower your head and admit your mistake. Looking on the account of Big Yellow's face, I'll come forward to mediate things for you in a while and preserve your cultivation. Presumably, they will still give me some face." Taoist Wu Fong already squeezed beside Yi Yuan without knowing when and whispered in his ear. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, rather surprisedly. He did not expect that this guy would actually say something like this, becoming enemies with two great heavenly sects at this time. At least one could tell that Taoist Wu Fong was a fanatic too. For a prey that he was interested in, he could act regardless of the consequences. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "No need, just these few trash. I haven't taken them seriously yet." Taoist Wu Fong scoffed and said, "Boy, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You probably don't know what half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven means. Furthermore, the 7-star heavenly sect has more than just Tang Quan, one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Being able to become True Yang's #1 heavenly sect, how could the 7-star heavenly sect be underestimated? Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely the standard for the sect." Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Chun Tai as he said, "Sect Master Chen's warning earlier was very overbearing. These few days at Jade True heavenly sect, I discovered that the scenery at the back mountain is really not bad." As soon as these words came out, the others did not feel anything off, but Chun Tai's head exploded with a bang. Stormy waves immediately set off in his heart. This was a warning. What did he warn just now? He was warning everyone using Jade True heavenly sex Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Then what did the back mountain represent? The Jade Fork Peak was precisely the Jade True heavenly sex back mountain. Linking these 2 points together, its meaning was already self-explanatory. Yi Yuan was clearly saying this. Your Jade True heavenly sex Saint Sovereign Heaven is already dead. You're still threatening people here? Truly laughable. Lu Jingxin's demise. This was absolutely a secret among secrets. In the entire Jade True Heavenly Sect, only he and Head Elder, two people, knew about it. Then how did Yi Yuan know? There was only one possibility. Lu Xingxin's demise had inescapable connections with Yi Yuan. Having murdered someone, one should originally deal with things in a low-key manner. But Yi Yuan actually hinted him in such a grand manner. F asterisk King H. E. L. L. Too arrogant. Chun Tai wished to immediately blow Yi Yuan up right now, but he could not. As long as Yi Yuan said it out, that Jade True Heavenly Sect currently no longer had a Saint Sovereign Heaven to hold down the fort. The Jade True Heavenly Sect would really be finished. Weren't you still using Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare people just now? Your Saint Sovereign Heaven isn't even around anymore, still scaring people? Jade True Heavenly Sect's crisis was about to arrive immediately. Chun Tai's entire body quivered, glaring at Yi Yuan angrily, virtually about to rampage. This guy was telling him that he killed your Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you still wanted to use this to threaten him. This was simply shameless to the extreme. Yet, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. How aggravating. Ho, Sect Master Chen, are you sure that you want me to kneel down and admit my fault? Yi Yuan looked at Chun Tai and said with a smile that was not a smile. Chun Tai's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he retreated to one side, having an appearance like it did not concern him. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with shock. What happened? That brat's one sentence made Sect Master Chen stay a good distance away. A Heavenly Sect Master. That was definitely an overlord-level existence. If Saint Sovereign did not emerge, who could contend? This kind of overlord was actually persuaded to withdraw by an unknown punk. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. Tang Quan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Sect Master Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chun Tai drew a deep breath and said coolly, there's no meaning. This matter. My Jade True Heavenly Sect can't intervene. Tang Quan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, very good. This Tang has had a taste of it. Chun Tai only felt bitterness in his mouth. He had offended the 7-star Heavenly Sect now. But he had no choice. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he could only choose to offend the 7-star Heavenly Sect. However, the people that my 7-star Heavenly Sect wants to quell, we don't need to borrow other people's power at all. Boy, this elder will give you one last chance, kneel or not. Tang Quan looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Quan and said with a smile, yammering until now, isn't it just for the sake of posturing? It's just a pity that you found the wrong target. Tang Quan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly already genuinely enraged. He gave a cold snort and said, very good. It has already been many years since anyone dared to provoke my 7-star Heavenly Sect. Today, this elder will kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Finished talking, he took a step out, his imposing momentum terrifying to the extreme. That appearance clearly already had half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. 7-star steps, Tian Kuei Palm. These are 7-star Heavenly Sect's two great, unique skills. Looks like Elder Tang is genuinely enraged. That boy, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that by bringing a chaos aberrant, he's invincible under the heavens? Ha! Young people, they always think that they are invincible under the heavens. The moment Tang Quan made his move, the commotion was not what the average half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens could compare to. The ultimate skills of 7-star Heavenly Sect, those were all the true young Heavenly Domain's pinnacle martial techniques. The moment it debuted, it was absolutely incomparably shocking. But Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just smiled faintly and said, Big Yellow, get coquetous. H. Plus, Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful look. His body suddenly started contorting. Master Yi, you're making things very difficult for Big Yellow. While talk was talk, Big Yellow still unleashed the coquettish profligate hoof, uffed, seeing a bull pose in a flirtatious and seductive manner. Everyone simmered with laughter and burst out laughing. This scene was seriously too comical. Tang Quan's 7-star steps was swift to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. It was also right at this moment that Big Yellow unleashed his hoof. This hoof seemed slow but was fast in reality, and it reached first despite launching later. Bang! Tang Quan's face was directly kicked solidly by this hoof, and he flew out. The whole place was deathly silent. No one expected that even when the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Tang Quan took action, it was still the same. Chapter 27:34. This place is my hometown. Chapter 27:34. This place is my hometown. Tang Quan got up, the bull hoof print on his face clearly visible. Many people were simmering with laughter, secretly laughing. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. They were apex existences in the 5 great heavenly regions too. But now there was an additional bull hoof print on his face. Thinking about it felt hilarious too. Of course, this was because Big Yellow did not use his true strength. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as leaving behind a mark. Even if it was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, this hoof would also make his head explode. The coquettish profligate hoof was no joke. Is this your 7-star heavenly sex prestige? Looks like it's nothing more than this. This time, I'll let you all remember it better. If you don't have sufficient strength, don't posture in front of so many people. Big Yellow, help sink it into the 7-star heavenly sex people's memories. The moment these words came out, each and every one of the 7-star heavenly sex people lost their souls. However, they did not have time to react at all, and Big Yellow already arrived in front of their faces. Bang, bang, bang. Big Yellow kicked his hooves extremely fast. Ordinary Jade, Sovereign Heavens, could not react at all. In a blink, each of the 7-star heavenly sex Jade Sovereign Heavens had a bull hoof print left on their faces. Of course, there were 2 on Tang Quan's face. He still failed to avoid this hoof. Wei Yu was even depressed until the verge of vomiting blood. This was the 3rd time. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They already overestimated Big Yellow's strength as much as possible. Who knew that they still underestimated it? But the problem was Big Yellow clearly did not utilize any strength. How did he do it? No matter what, the 7-star heavenly sex face was considered to have been slapped ruthlessly once again. As True Yang's #1 major sect, when had the 7-star heavenly sect endured this kind of frustration before? Yet, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Getting their faces slapped, they could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently and follow the main force forward. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heavens moved in a mighty contingent and marched for Inklight Forest. Just arriving at Inklight Forest, Yi Yuan already saw a CLUS tur of BLOOD, Y light surging towards the sky. This BLOOD, Y light stirred the soul, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. When Yi Yuan saw this, his complexion could not help turning pale. Getting close, Yi Yuan discovered that the origin of the BLOOD, Y light was precisely the place that he sealed back then. It was just that now, the seal had long already disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, I wonder who's willing to take the lead. Chen Tai said. Big Yellow, let's enter. Yi Yuan said without thinking. When Big Yellow saw Yi Yuan's complexion, he had long already guessed something. At once, he did not say anything either, directly bringing Yi Yuan and Russ, plussing into the L-O-O-D-Y light. A terrifying power surged out of the B-L-O-O-D-Y light as if going to grind you on two people up. But Big Yellow gave a cold snort and stomped with his bull hoof. That surge of power was immediately dispersed. Swuz. H. Plus the two-person's figure immediately vanished. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, there were several figures that rushed straight into the B-L-O-O-D-Y light pa as Sageway again. The others were not willing to fall behind too, following one after another. In reality, the power of this B-L-O-O-D-Y light had already diminished significantly now. These people were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Going in was naturally not hard. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, his body immediately having a feeling of fusing together in perfect harmony. This feeling was very intimate. This was the feeling of returning home. Fortunately, the Heavenspan world was still the Heavenspan world, apart from B-L-O-O-D-Y light filling the sky. There did not seem to be too much of a change. And this CLUS tur of B-L-O-O-D-Y light actually rose up from beneath his feet, teeming the entire Heavenspan world. The place where Yi Yuan was standing at was none other than precisely the place where the Heavenspan mountain was originally at. Further up was the plain Pa-S, Sageway that led to Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that there was actually a Pa-S, Sageway below the Heavenspan mountain too. Interesting. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous small kiliocosm actually connects to two major planes. Over there seems to be a dilapidated continent. Yi Yuan brat, is this your hometown? In his sea of consciousness came Mi Tian's exclamation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, his expression very ugly. His divine sense already swept the entire Heavenspan world just now, but he did not discover the figures of Lear and the rest. With Yi Yuan's present strength, the moment he released his divine sense, he would be able to instantly cover the entire Heavenspan world. But he scanned several times after returning, and yet there were no traces at all. The people on intimate terms with Yi Yuan, Yumingli, White Light, Lear, and the rest were actually all not around. The present Heavenspan world no longer had any secrets to speak of to him. He did not believe that there was anywhere that could deceive his divine sense. Then, where did Lear they all go? Swuz. H. Plus Swuz. H. Plus Swuz. H. Plus one figure after another came out of the plain Pa-S, Sageway, and landed in the Heavenspan world. It turns out that it's a small kiliocosm. The ants here are all so weak. There's actually not even a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of ants are not worthy to live in this world. Why don't I send them off? Boom. His voice had yet to fade when a streak of sword light flashed past. The person who was talking just now was already reduced to dregs. Everyone's faces turned apprehensive, because the one who unleashed this streak of sword light was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. What he was holding in his hand was precisely the dragon spring sword. That person who was talking just now was an elder of one of the 7 great heavenly sects, Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect. His strength already reached Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven, but under Yi Yuan's sword, he did not even last a single breath. In everyone's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a rookie that was hiding behind Big Yellow. That was all. No one really took him seriously. But the moment he made his move just now, everyone was shocked. This punk was not a soft persimmon. Boy, are you crazy? My dazzling cloud, heavenly sex, elder, merely said a sentence, and you killed him? The one speaking was Dazzling Cloud, Heavenly Sex Head Elder, Tang Iha, who was similarly a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, "I am the ant that he was talking about. He wants to exterminate ants like me. Could it be that this ant can't kill him?" Lear and the rest disappeared. Yi Yuan was currently in a violent rage. Yet, at this time, that person talked nonsense about exterminating the heaven-span worlds. Ants, how could Yi Yuan not be furious? Heavenly stratum powerhouses coming to the lower realms would always have a huge sense of superiority. Back then, Jun Tian was merely a measly little lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and he was the same. Let alone these jade, sovereign, heavenly stratums that were standing high above the SES. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over all their faces and emphasized each word. "This place is my hometown. Whoever makes a move here, I'll kill them." The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of disbelief. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually ascended from here, because they felt it. This small kiliacosm was a small kiliacosm that had heavenly Tao missing. Or should one say, this was a small kiliacosm that had been altered by someone before. It was impossible for someone to ascend from here. But Yi Yuan emerged. How could they not be surprised? Hu, a mere lower jade, sovereign heaven, truly arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that no one can handle you? At this time, a young man who looked 17 or 18 years old walked out of the crowd. With each step that the young man took, his imposing momentum rose frenziedly. In the end, it actually reached the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Tang Quan and Wei Yu saw this person, their faces revealed a look of wild ecstasy, and they yelled, "Saint Exalt Wei Cloud, you actually came!" Chapter 27:35, Momentary Slip of the Tongue. Chapter 27:35, Momentary Slip of the Tongue. 7-star heavenly sex, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. He hasn't come into being for thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would actually make a move this time. The mystic realm trip this time actually alarmed even the Saint Exalt powerhouses. Looks like it's not as simple as we imagined. There's a show to watch now. I want to see how this boy plans on dealing with it. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's appearance greatly enhanced the morale of the 7-star heavenly sex side. No one expected that a Saint Exalt would actually be lurking among them. Saint Exalt comprehended heavenly Tao rules. If they had the intention of hiding, the rest definitely could not tell, just like Big Yellow. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Bringing along a brute, and you think that you're invincible under the heavens already? Boy, hand over the grand mist treasure in your hands, and this Exalt can spare you from death." The moment everyone heard, they came to a sudden realization. Previously, the 7-star heavenly sect had their faces slapped by Yi Yuan time and again, but Saint Exalt Wei Cloud did not take action. In his view, this was merely a children's squabble. In front of a Saint Sovereign Heaven, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely SOSO2. But when Yi Yuan took out the Grand Mist treasure, it was not up to him to not be moved anymore. Grand Mist treasure could only unleash their true power in the hands of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, he made his move. Scram! Yi Yuan only replied to him with one word. His mind was currently in a whirl, and he had long already lost his composure from before. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud jumping out now had no other use other than infuriating him. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, looks like you still don't understand what's called Saint Sovereign Heaven. Is this place your hometown? Ho, very good." Done talking, Wei Cloud raised his hand slightly, and the entire world started trembling. When Yi Yuan returned, he discovered that the heaven-span world became much more stable. If it was like before he ascended, That sword earlier would have made the heaven-span world fall apart to pieces. However, when a Saint Sovereign Heaven made his move, how could the momentum be of the common sort? Seeing Saint Exalt Wakeloud make his move, Wei Yu's face was full of smugness. Letting Yi Yuan feel sorrow like cutting into his flesh, he felt really great. Suffering a lost time and again in front of Yi Yuan made his killing intent towards Yi Yuan climb to its peak too. A mere lower realms ant. What right did he have to S, H, I plus T, and P, I, S on his head? Apart from that, 7-star heavenly sex powerhouses were also very invigorated. Saint Exalt was their 7-star heavenly sex true power. Bulls. H, I plus T Saint Sovereign Heaven. Is it very impressive? Big Yellow. Yi Yuan said icily. Actually, without waiting for Yi Yuan to give the order, Yi Yuan's coquettish profligate, Hoof, already made an appearance. But this time, the power of Saint Sovereign Heaven erupted. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was currently planning on demonstrating his own martial prowess. With his cultivation realm, he did not need to exert his full strength to slaughter the people of the heavenspan world. But Big Yellow's hoof held tremendous power. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was caught by surprise and directly took a kick to his face. Bang! Saint Exalt Wakeloud was directly kicked 100,000 feet away, his entire face bleeding, looking wretched to the extreme. How did the current Saint Exalt Wakeloud still have any airs of an expert? One had to know Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was what even the 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven, Lu Jingxin, could not withstand. Saint Exalt Wakeloud had not even reached the first tribulation yet. This kick landing, he was already seriously wounded. He looked at Big Yellow with a look of horror, his expression changing as he said, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just as the others did not discover that he was Saint Sovereign Heaven, Saint Exalt Wakeloud also did not discover that Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven. Currently, Big Yellow exposing his true strength, everyone felt shocked to the core. It was not that they were stupid, but that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were too rare. There were only so few Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear continent. They could be counted, but who could have thought that a Saint Exalt True Spirit was actually willing to be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? They saw Yi Yuan ride on Big Yellow's body with their own eyes. Big Yellow looked at Saint Exalt Wakeloud coldly and said disdainfully, You scolded this Exalt a brute just now? Saint Exalt Wakeloud's heart thumped, and he hurriedly said, And not at all. Slip of the tongue. Just now, it was just a momentary slip of the tongue. Big Yellow smiled coldly and said, You wanted Master Ye's grandest treasure earlier? Saint Exalt Wakeloud only felt bitterness and said, And no, just now, it was just a momentary impulse. Big Yellow continued, Just now, you wanted to destroy Master Ye's hometown? Saint Exalt Wakeloud only had a bitter smile left as he shook his head and said, Mistake, it was really just a mistake. If really want a fair fight, even if Saint Exalt Wakeloud was not Big Yellow's match, it would also not be to an extent of being in such a tight corner. But Big Yellow's sudden hoof attack earlier really had a powerful effect. Fighting again at this time, he had no hope at all. So he could only submit. Coming here, his goal was the sacred Civ Mystic Realm's natural treasures. There was completely no need to fight to the bitter end with Big Yellow right now. The true strength that Big Yellow displayed also made all the powerhouses speculate one after another. Really didn't expect that the large yellow bull is actually a Saint Exalt True Spirit. I heard that there's a Saint Exalt in the Myriad Demons Mountain whose true body is that of a bull. Could it be him? Hang on. Why would a Lord Saint Exalt willingly be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? Just what background does that young man have? At this time, There were a series of question marks above everyone's heads. This kind of thing, they could not figure it out even if they racked their brains too. However, Yi Yuan ignored their guesses and just said, "Coolly, cripple that guy, and this matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, it's irreconcilable till death. No one can think about entering the sacred civ mystic realm without determining a victor." But when he spoke, Yi Yuan pointed at Wei Yu. This guy had already been jumping up and down a few times. Previously, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. But now, Yi Yuan was very angry and very irritable, so he was going to take action. When Wei Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly, and he said, "Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are to actually dare command a Saint Exalt what to do? Saint Exalt Waycloud. I'm the successor appointed by Sect Master. Why you can't get turned against me?" Saint Exalt Waycloud gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. Boom! Wei Yu was directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. The 7-star heavenly sect's successor died. Just like that. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. From Jade True Heavenly Sect to the Heavenspan world, they were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. But in the end, Wei Yu became the fool, and the 7-star Heavenly Star became the joke. It was actually a Saint Exalt True Spirit following by Yi Yuan's side. Even Saint Exalt Waycloud, this kind of powerful existence, had no choice but to submit to. Saint Exalt Waycloud drew a deep breath and said, "Are you satisfied with this?" Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "I know that there are still some hidden Saint Sovereign Heavens among you guys. You all go to the sacred civ mystic realm to vie for your lucky chances. I'm very vexed right now, so don't provoke me. I use my life to guard this world. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of it, I'll never rest until he's dead." This was a blatant threat, but the powerhouses present did not dare to really provoke Yi Yuan anymore. He had the capital to threaten everyone. Moreover, they all came to seek lucky chances. There was no need to make trouble with Yi Yuan. Chapter 2736, Unexpected Person. Chapter 2736, Unexpected Person. All the powerhouses present no longer have their tempers. They all went toward the Pa-S, sageway below in succession. There was the entrance to the sacred civ mystic realm. Saint Exalt Waycloud hesitated for a bit, but still cupped his fists at Big Yellow, and said, "I wonder if fellow Taoist is the Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Exalt Bull Demon?" Big Yellow said coolly, "Nay, this Exalt is Saint Exalt Bull Demon's head commander." Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed, his heart being in disarray. When did Myriad Demons Mountain have one more Saint Exalt? It seemed like the 5 great heavenly regions news was somewhat outdated. Saint Exalt Waycloud hesitated for a bit, but he still said, "Pardon me for being forthright, but your esteemed self is a dignified Saint Exalt. How can you be the mount for a lower jade sovereign heaven? This is insulting the majesty of Saint Exalts." Big Yellow's nostrils turned to the sky, and he said, "Coolly, this Exalt is happy. You have any objections?" Saint Exalt Waycloud was choked badly enough and could only leave in Imbara. As meant, several hundred jade sovereign heavens entered sacred civ mystic realm one after another. Only Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. After everyone left, Yi Yuan arrived at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with a teleport. In reality, this place was no longer Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, but became the Heavenspan world's holy land. The deed of Yi Yuan battling Jun Tian alone and saving the Heavenspan world had already become a legend here. This place remained the same, but the people were gone. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over and over again, and discovered that it was not just Lear they all who had disappeared. As long as it was someone who had associated with Yi Yuan before, they had actually all disappeared without a trace now. What was going on? In fact, Even those people in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the Jian family's people, Ning family's people, have all vanished without a trace to. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a huge conspiracy. The person who abducted Yu Mengli, they all knew too much about him. The other party understood until they knew his experiences growing up all the way like the back of their hand, but he had already turned the 9 Dao ancestors into his Virginia S. Sal's before he left. The 9 great Dao ancestors were already the heaven-span world's strongest force. Who was the other party to actually have such powerful strength? Could it be that a heavenly stratum powerhouse was hidden in this heaven-span world? Friend, I want to meet the 9 great Dao ancestors. Do you know where they are? Yi Yuan stopped a Deva Fourth Blight powerhouse and asked, Dao ancestor, what's that? The other party answered. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Then do you know who Yi Yuan is? The moment the other person heard, he immediately said with deep veneration, Yi Yuan is our savior. His contributions are unparalleled, and his accomplishments surpass ancient and modern times. Yi Yuan asked again, Then do you know where the people related to him went? The moment the other party heard, he shook his head blankly and said, The savior is the savior. Who would go and care about the people around him? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. He discovered that his traces had already been completely erased by someone, leaving behind only a savior. The world only knew of Yi Yuan, but they did not know that there were 9 Dao ancestors. The people related to Yi Yuan had also all disappeared without a trace. Looks like your road of growing up was just a certain existence's conspiracy. When you were growing up, there has always been a pair of eyes behind you, watching you. Mi Tian suddenly said. Yi Yuan only felt his back turn cold. Who was the other party? What did he want to do? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his head suddenly exploding, thinking of someone. Yen Jade True. This heaven-span world was a scheme single-handedly arranged by him in the first place. If talking about who was most likely to do this, then the greatest possibility was him. Yi Yuan discovered that he had always been stuck in a fixed mindset. That was that Yen Jade True was already dead. But who had seen that he really died? The people in the same era as him had long since disappeared. Even Zhuo Bufan had also embarked on the road to the south. Then was he really dead? Not necessarily. Ho-hoo, looks like you've already guessed it. As expected, worthy of being the person that I chose. The Deva Fourth Blight, who was stopped by Yi Yuan, suddenly emitted a strange laugh from his mouth. Yi Yuan's entire body shook, staring fixedly at the other party, and discovered that the look in the other party's eyes had already changed, as if he had become another person. Yen Jade True. Yi Yuan enunciated each word. It's me. The other party did not deny it, but he smiled and said, Your improvement is faster than I imagined. What I didn't expect is that the Heavenspan Mountain actually evolved into a grand mist treasure in your hands. Yi Yuan never dreamed that the Saint Exalt Jade True, who had once commanded the 5 great heavenly regions, the Heavenspan Mountain's former master, was actually not dead yet. What the H.E.L.I. do you want to do? Where is Lier they all? Yi Yuan's tone was almost freezing this world. Yi Yuan was virtually on the verge of going berserk right now. At the thought of his growth, how there had always been a pair of eyes watching behind him. He felt a chill without it being cold, let alone that Yen Jade True actually even kidnapped Lier they all. Yen Jade True smiled lightly and said, Yi Yuan, you're the smartest and most talented person that I've met. Even when compared to Zhuo Bufan, you're not the least bit inferior to. Therefore, you should have already guessed what I want to do, right? Yi Yuan suppressed the fury in his heart and said in a solemn voice, You want me to enter the sacred Civ mystic realm. Yi Yuan was not stupid. With the plain Pa S, Sageway suddenly erupting, and the sacred Civ mystic realm suddenly opening up, it likely had everything to do with Yen Jade True. Otherwise, why would such a sudden turn of events occur when everything was perfectly fine? Yen Jade True caused such a big commotion. It was clearly in order to make everyone enter the sacred Civ mystic realm. Of course, he wanted to make Yi Yuan enter the sacred Civ mystic realm most of all. But it was clearly impossible for Yi Yuan to give in obediently. That was why he kidnapped Li Er and the rest. Everyone and everything all seemed to be under Yen Jade True's control. Smart. Dealing with you, even if it's me, I have to be careful too. Therefore, for safety's sake, I sent your lover and all the people related to you into thousands of small kiliocosms. Only I know their locations. Of course, they are all very safe. As long as you listen and behave obediently, they will always be very safe. Yen Jade True said with a smile. Yi Yuan looked at Yen Jade True coldly and said in a solemn voice, "You search for successors with the heart of Heavenspan to break through the Heavenspan world's barriers and become a heavenly stratum powerhouse. The purpose was for today." Yen Jade True's appearance made Yi Yuan think of many things. From the time Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove obtained the heart of Heavenspan, to the series of events that happened later on, it seemed like just a coincidence. But looking back now, everything was inevitable. It was just that Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Yen Jade True's means were exceedingly formidable. Why did he have to look for successors in the lower realms? Yen Jade True smiled and said, "I said before, you're very smart. So, your decision is?" Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Do I still have a choice?" Yen Jade True smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, you don't have a trace of flaw from head to toe. Your only flaw is that you attach too much importance to the people around you. And this is also an important reason why I chose you." At this time, Yi Yuan already recovered his calm and said coolly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yen Jade True said, "Go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace and help me get something." Chapter 27:37. I'm familiar with this place. Chapter 27:37. I'm familiar with this place. Labyrinth Divine Palace. Hearing this name, Mi Tian could not help exclaiming in surprise. Yi Yuan was also surprised. A place that could make Mi Tian cry out in surprise was definitely not a simple place. Up until now, there was only the Myriad Realms Mountain that could truly surprise Mi Tian. Of course, Yi Yuan remained unmoved on the surface. "Senior, the Labyrinth Divine Palace?" Yi Yuan asked. Mi Tian did not answer Yi Yuan, but muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that where this place connects to is actually the heaven-fragmented continent. Kid, promise him first." That tone carried a strong sense of nostalgia, but Yi Yuan somewhat hesitated as he said, "At a conservative estimate, Yen Jade True had Middle Saint Sovereign heaven strength back then too. Furthermore, he was not an average Middle Saint Sovereign heaven. Something that even Yen Jade True could not get. Could he, a puny little Jade Sovereign heaven, get it? I'm familiar with the place." Mi Tian did not explain too much and just said these 4 light-sounding words. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth and said, "Okay." Yen Jade True smiled and said, "Very good. He who understands the times is a wise man. There's something in the Labyrinth Divine Palace called Void Snap Immortal Condensation. You bring it out, and this exalt will naturally let your sweetheart go." "All right, deal." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath either, agreeing readily. Of course, he had no choice either. That Yen Jade True smiled strangely and immediately fell softly to the ground. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, arriving at the entrance to the sacred Civ mystic realm with a teleport. Yi Yuan had his own judgment about Yen Jie True too. That guy must have been seriously injured back then, even being on the verge of death. That was why he lay dormant in the heavenspan world, with his saint sovereign heaven strength. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to heavenly stratum, it was impossible to find him too. Probably until now, Yen Jie True had not recovered to his peak state either. Senior, what's this void snap immortal condensation? Yi Yuan asked. Void snap immortal condensation. It's a chaos variant with the ability to seize heaven's good fortune. That little fellow probably wants this item in order to break through to the realm of true sovereign heaven. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said, in that case, he's already grand completion saint sovereign heaven? Mi Tian chuckled and said, if you know what the heaven fragmented continent is, you wouldn't be making such a big fuss. Come on, go in first. In this world, your every action and movement can't escape his surveillance. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and took a step out, entering another S-P-A-C. Suddenly, abundance landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Thick spiritual energy even made Yi Yuan feel a little short of breath. Such rich spiritual energy. Even Big Yellow could not resist, exclaiming in surprise too. This S-P-A-C is so weird. It's actually even richer than Rain-Clear Continent's spiritual energy. The power of rules here is also the 33 heavens rules. Yi Yuan frowned and said, this was clearly an independent S-P-A-C that looked like a small world. But Yi Yuan felt like he had returned to the 33 heavens. Furthermore, this place gave Yi Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. It was really hard to imagine that the heavenspan world was actually connected to such a strange S-P-A-C. Oh, it's indeed the heaven-fragmented continent. That fool is giving you a lucky chance. Arriving at this world, Mi Tian was no longer acting in a secretive manner either, directly making a sound. Lucky chance. Big Yellow was taken aback. Mi Tian smiled and said, do you all know what the Labyrinth Divine Palace is? Yi Yuan did not speak, waiting quietly for Mi Tian to continue. The Labyrinth Divine Palace was once a major force that covered all the heavens, powerhouses plentiful like clouds, flurries, plussing for a period of time. They were once crimson bright, and Yang Heaven's strongest sect, and not one of, but sadly, this sect was too ambitious to actually want to unify the 33 heavens. However, their strength was really strong too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace expanded continuously and virtually swept across more than half of the 33 heavens territory. In the end, it finally provoked the hegemons of the heavens to move out, triggering the All-Heavens War. That battle fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, all the heavens collapsing. This isn't a description. It was really that heaven was rent asunder, and the earth cracked. Labyrinth Divine Palaces, sects along with an entire continent, were directly shattered, drifting into chaos. This is also the origin of the heaven-fragmented continent. I didn't expect that it actually fell here. Yi Yuan and Big Yellow listened, and they could not help drawing a breath of cold air. How stable was the 33 heavens S-P-A-C? Not entering Jade Sovereign Heaven, one could not even fly for a long time. But the All-Heavens War actually drove an entire continent into the void. That level of battle, how grand and torrential was it? How abnormally tragic was it? Hegemons of the heavens, Yi Yuan muttered and said, Senior, hegemons of the heavens, what kind of strength is that? Mi Tian smiled and said, the strength of hegemons of the heavens isn't what you can imagine currently. You just have to know they can access heaven and penetrate the earth, reverse heaven and earth, and are omnipotent. In your rain-clear continent, Saint Sovereign Heavens can be called Saint Exalts, but in front of a faction like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Saint Sovereign Heavens doesn't even have the qualifications to guard the door. Rain-clear continent is merely a corner of the 33 heavens where spiritual energy is scarce. That's all. You guys should have felt the spiritual energy here. At its heyday, heaven-fragmented continent's spiritual energy was 100 times of this place. Under such an environment, what does mere Saint Sovereign Heaven could as? Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion as he listened. Only then did he realize his insignificance. He was sitting in the well and looking at the sky. Senior, could it be that you were a hegemon of the heavens too? Big Yellow asked curiously. Mi Tian said coolly, true members of the Dragon Clan are born in chaos and equal to heaven. They are hegemon realm when born. What do you think? Big Yellow opened his bull eyes wide, opening his mouth wide, a dumbfounded look on his face. Born as a hegemon. This was really too demoralizing. All sentient beings went against heavens, going through countless tribulations before they could corroborate their Tao as heavenly stratum. But some people were already born at the finish point. Was it aggravating or not? But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, and he suddenly said, Senior, you said that hegemon realm can access heaven and penetrate the earth and reverse heaven and earth. Then, if I reach the realm of hegemon, can I resurrect the dead? He suddenly remembered that hint of undulation in front of his father's grave after he killed Heavenly Emperor Jiushang with his own hands and asked with a hint of hope, that will depend on who it is. It's true that hegemon realm reverses heaven and earth, but everyone's ability is different. However, I know that the Lord of Samsara indeed has the ability to revere yin and yang. Of course, he's also not omnipotent. He can revive some people, but others he can't, Mi Tian said. Mi Tian said it lightly, but Yi Yuan's eyes radiated a brilliant light. Looks like that hint of undulation that he had once felt was not an illusion. Maybe his father really had hopes of resurrecting. However, he had to have adequate strength first. Otherwise, how could he talk to the Lord of Samsara, this level of powerhouse? Many thanks to Senior for clarifying my doubts. The Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time, I'll have to trouble Senior. Yi Yuan said, no need to thank me. The faster your strength improves, the sooner I can go home. However, this heaven-fragmented continent has really withered. That bunch of fools, they have already started to take the road to ruin. Those 13 Saint Sovereign Heavens, do they regard themselves as infallible? Come on, let's go and join them, Mi Tian said with a smile. Chapter 2738, Blood Central Devil Vine. Chapter 2738, Blood Central Devil Vine. That's South Fighting Sky Sunflower. Water Mirror Immortal Pistol. My G, O, D, these are all grade 4 and grade 5 heavenly medicines. Natural treasures that are seldom seen outside are everywhere here. There was a large open S, P, A, C ahead. On the empty lot, there were all kinds of rare heavenly medicines everywhere. When all the powerhouses saw this, each and every one of their eyes turned red. With these heavenly medicines, even if they were not refined into heavenly pills, it would be sufficient for them to break through too. All get lost for this exalt. When is it your turn? Tang Quan, you bring people over and collect all of these heavenly medicines. Don't leave a single one behind. Right at this time, Saint Exalt Waycloud suddenly erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of all the Jade Sovereign Heavens change abruptly. With a Saint Sovereign Heaven present, there naturally would not be a share of the good stuff for them. Everyone's expressions were very ugly. This Saint Exalt Waycloud was too overbearing. The 7-star heavenly sect ate the meat and actually did not even let them drink the soup. while Tang Quan had a look of excitement. In this open S.P.A.C., there were probably thousands of grade 4 and 5 heavenly medicines. Some of the heavenly medicines, their medicinal properties were virtually overflowing, practically making his cultivation realm loosen up. Without a doubt, he would absolutely be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven after eating them. At that time, he would be a Saint Exalt powerhouse too. Thinking up to here, Tang Quan was really incredibly excited. As for Wei Yu's death, he no longer cared about it a long time ago. Ho-hoo, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud, truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if our dazzling cloud, heavenly sect, can collect some. A middle-aged man in inconspicuous clothing walked out of the crowd. The man's aura also rose rapidly. Another Saint Sovereign Heaven. When dazzling cloud heavenly sects powerhouses saw him, each and every one of them was elated. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune. Sorry about that. Our Azure Flame heavenly sect also wants a share of the loot. Wonder if that's allowed or not. While talking, another figure walked out. Saint Exalt Yuan E, the third Saint Sovereign Heaven. The expressions of the hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heavens present changed abruptly. Normally, the Saint Exalt powerhouses whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive, 3 of them actually showed up the moment they appeared. Ho-hoo, your sect is still really overbearing. Us itinerant cultivators actually can't even get any share? While talking, another 3 imposing auras surged to the sky. What could it be if not Saint Sovereign Heavens? That's Saint Exalt Purple Sun. There's also Saint Exalt Chongshan and Saint Exalt Ichen. These 3 are all itinerant Saint Exalt cultivators. There are actually 6 great Saint Exalt powerhouses. Wouldn't we all, these people, become cannon fodders? They clearly did not expect that 6 great Saint Exalts actually appeared in one go. These heavenly medicines that were extremely rare in the outside world moved them. Wei Cloud's expression was a little ugly. He figured that there would be other Saint Exalts coming, but did not think that there would be so many. Of course, he did not know that there were actually still 7 great Saint Exalts that did not reveal their ident. 1. Ties. These 7 people were clearly a little more cautious. It was just that they could hide from the eyes and ears of the other Saint Sovereign Heavens, but they could not hide from Meteon's probing. Humph! You all are finally willing to show yourselves. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Ho-hoo, seeing so much good stuff around, we naturally have to show yourselves. If we still don't show ourselves, wouldn't it all be swallowed up by you alone? Saint Exalt Purple Sun said with a smile. Showing yourself that early is useless too. Coveting people's grand mistreasure, but in the end, failed to get it, and even got your face kicked. Why bother? Saint Exalt Sky Fortune said with a chuckle. It was not that no one among these Saint Sovereign Heavens was moved. It was just that they were more cautious than Wei Cloud. Although they also did not believe that Big Yellow was a Saint Exalt true spirit, his performance had indeed been extraordinary. True spirits capable of suppressing half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were not often seen. Only Saint Exalt Wei Cloud could not hold it in and made a move. Sure enough, he got covered in stink. Sky Fortune, don't be smug. That large yellow bull's strength is extraordinary. He'll come over in a while. This Exalt wants to see how you deal with him. Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Therefore, before he comes, let's hurry up and divide these natural treasures. Could it be that he can still steal it from all of us? Saint Exalt Yuani said impatiently. His words also made everyone stop quarreling. The appearance of 6 great Saint Exalts made those Jade Sovereign Heavens realize that they probably would not even get to drink soup anymore. Especially those itinerant cultivators, it was completely impossible to get anything. It was impossible for itinerant Saint Exalt cultivators to speak up for them too. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the 6 great Saint Exalts practically moved out at the same time, moving toward that stretch of medicinal land. Those sect disciples also moved out at the same time. At this time, whoever S. and A. T. C. had more, whoever would naturally earn a big haul. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. There was a wizened ancient tree in the medicinal land. This ancient tree was unremarkable previously, as if it had already withered up. But when those powerhouses entered the medicinal land, 10,000 thin vines suddenly emerged from the ancient tree. Pucci, the dozen overjade sovereign heavens that rushed at the forefront were directly pierced through by the thin vines. Then their bodies rapidly shriveled up, becoming dried-up corpses. The blood essence in their bodies was actually directly sucked dry. The 6 great saint sovereigns rushed at the forefront. At this time, their expressions could not help changing wildly, their bodies immediately erupting with powerful strength. Without holding back in the least bit, they directly executed their specialties, chopping towards the thin vines. But what shocked them was that those thin vines actually could not be chopped off. The full power strike of a saint sovereign heaven actually could not chop these tiny and thin vines off. The thin vines only fell back briefly and tangled over again very quickly. The 6 people's faces changed wildly. How could they still dare to covet the heavenly medicines, flying back one after another? This is a chaos aberrant, blood central devil vine. Its strength is likely grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Everyone, quickly retreat. Saint Exalt Waycloud shouted. It was easy to enter, but hard to get out. These thin vines entangled them frenziedly, not letting them retreat. Fortunately, the strength of Saint Sovereign Heavens was indeed fearsome. After experiencing a round of bitter fighting, the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke out of the encirclement, and those jade sovereign heavens who rushed into the medicinal land, virtually none of them were spared, all being sucked into mummified corpses. The ancient tree that absorbed the blood seemed to have been rejuvenated with the second coming of spring, the entire big tree becoming fresh and alive. The other jade sovereign heavens had long already retreated to an extremely far place to avoid being affected. The 6 great saint exalts looked at the blood central devil vine, that was Brandis. Plussing its vines, their expressions all extremely ugly. It, this blood central devil vine, actually disguised as a withered tree. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "This blood central devil vines, aura became much stronger. It seemed to have suffered heavy injuries before. It wants to absorb blood essence to recover its strength." Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, "Looking at so many heavenly medicines, but not being able to get them, it's really a grieving." Saint Exalt Waycloud gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "These grade 5 heavenly pills held great significance to them. These saint sovereign heavens, being able to see but not able to get them, made these saint sovereign heavens depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. Really a bunch of fools. People have long entered this sacred civ mystic realm before. If these heavenly medicines were really easy to get, would it be your turn?" Right at this time, a disdainful voice sounded out. The expressions of the 6 great saint exalts turned dark. Turning around to look, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? "Brat, stop making sarcastic comments. Don't think that by bringing along a Saint Exalt true spirit, you're invincible. Don't you forget, we're currently 6 great Saint Exalts." Waycloud said with a cold snort, Hoo, who has the time to make sarcastic comments with you? I only came to tell you guys that since you all can't get them, then I'll be keeping them." Yi Yuan said coolly, Chapter 2739. Well prepared. Chapter 2739. Well prepared. You're keeping them? Hoo-hoo. As long as you have the ability to get them, I have no objections. When Saint Exalt Waycloud heard that, he smiled coldly. Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens by having a Saint Exalt helper? This Exalt wants to see how you collect them. Shameless boasting little fellow, do you really think that us, these Saint Sovereign Heavens, are all incompetent? When the few great Saint Exalts heard that, they all smiled coldly. A mere jade Sovereign Heaven also dares to boast shamelessly in front of them. Did he really take it that the blood central devil vine was to be trifled with? But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Is that so? Then you guys watch carefully." Done talking, Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and leaped, directly entering the medicinal land. But the strange thing was that the blood central devil vine actually did not react. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, and immediately began collecting the surrounding heavenly medicines. When the powerhouses at the periphery saw this scene, each and every one of their eyes went wide. What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the blood central devil vine? Really seeing ghosts? Could it be that the blood central devil vine is full from absorbing the blood and won't attack us anymore? When many people saw the situation, they were all guessing. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually fine, they were naturally tempted too. The gutsy would be stuffed, and the cowardly would starve. Since Yi Yuan was fine, then they would definitely be fine too. Hence, someone plucked up their courage and rushed into the medicinal land again. But right at the moment they entered the attack range, the blood central devil vine moved out like lightning. Poochie, those few Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were directly sucked into human jerkies. With this, they no longer had hopes of getting lucky. Why doesn't the blood central devil vine react to him? Saint Exalt Waycloud said in shock and anger. The faces of the other Saint Exalts were all very ugly. Such a large piece of medicinal land, it was actually going to benefit. Yi Yuan alone, having collected the surrounding heavenly medicine, Big Yellow leaped again and arrived at another area. Yi Yuan repeated what he did and continued collecting heavenly medicines. Of course, with this method of collection, it was impossible to collect all of the heavenly medicines. But collecting 70% to 80% was still not a problem. Kid, how is it? Does it feel great? Mi Tian said proudly, "Indeed, very amazing. Many of these heavenly medicines are not available on Rainclear Continent. They are really rare to the extreme. I didn't expect that it all benefited me," Yi Yuan praised. "This bunch of guys, they are considered lucky. How can the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Blood Central Devil Vine back then have just this bit of strength? Chaos Aberrant isn't said for fun. This Blood Central Devil Vine is most likely that guy's descendant. It's just a shame that it didn't have sufficient blood to support it. And it only has this bit of strength now," Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who could have thought that the powerful Blood Central Devil Vine actually has bad eyesight? As long as you move about in his blind spot, you won't be attacked." This was the reason why Yi Yuan was safe and sound. The Blood Central Devil Vine's strength was extremely formidable. Even in the same rank, it was virtually invincible too. But it had its flaws too. That was that it had a blind spot in perception. However, this blind spot was not static, but constantly moving. Only an existence like Mi Tian would know about the Blood Central Devil Vine's blind spot. Otherwise, even if they knew that it had this shortcoming, it would be difficult to find it too. At the periphery, a hint of a smile suddenly surfaced on Saint Exalt Skyforton's face, and he said, "Everyone doesn't need to get agitated. It's naturally excellent that he can pluck these heavenly medicines out. We'll just sit and reap the benefits of the fishermen." When the other Saint Exalts heard that, their eyes all lit up. Yeah, why did they have to go and collect it after Yi Yuan returned from plucking them? Wouldn't it do if they directly head it? Ha! It's still fellow Taoist Sky Fortune, who is shrewd. Such a dangerous thing. It's better for others to go and do it. Saint Exalt Wakeloud said with a loud laugh when he heard that. Yi Yuan's movements were very fast, plucking those heavenly medicines clean very quickly. Following that, Big Yellow directly jumped out of the circle with a leap. And outside, the 6 great Saint Exalts have already been casting covetous eyes. The moment Yi Yuan came out, they immediately blocked all of the escape routes. "Kid, you've worked hard. Hand over all the heavenly medicines, and you can get lost," Wakeloud said with a cold smile. Now, with helpers, he could finally avenge the enmity. Sky Fortune also said coolly, "Little brother, no matter how strong the Saint Exalt true spirit is, it's also impossible to fight 1 versus 6. If you're sensible, better hand it over. We won't make things difficult for you. You can keep the grade 4 heavenly medicines for yourself." Hoo-hoo, weren't you very C? Oh, C, KY just now? BC, oh, C, KY again for this Exalt to see. Saint Exalt Wakeloud had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he mocked. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a smile, "If I were you guys, I'd be worried about yourselves first. I've prepared a big gift for you guys. Hope that you all like it." Dom, dom, dom. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the ground actually started vibrating. The expressions of the Saint Exalts changed wildly, only feeling a wave of terrifying to the extreme undulations surging towards this side. What's going on here? Seems like there's a large group of powerhouses with terrifying strength heading over here, Saint Exalt Wakeloud said in alarm. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Kid, what did you do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just let several dozen Saint Sovereign Heaven True Spirits out. If you all want the heavenly medicines, you can totally come and them. But whether or not you can escape in a while, I won't dare to guarantee it." "What? Several dozen true spirits? You're insane." Saint Exalt Wakeloud's entire body trembled, and he said in horror, just the auras that he felt, there were more than a dozen that were not weaker than him. In fact, there were even several who were significantly stronger than him. That appearance was clearly Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, even Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of terrifying aura, how could it be what they all could resist? Hoo-hoo, you all are allowed to find helpers, but I'm not allowed to find helpers? Whether or not you want the heavenly medicines, decide yourselves, Yi Yuan said with a smile. These true spirits were actually all reared by the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The powerhouses of the Labyrinth Divine Palace all had their own mounts when they traveled back then. Of course, those truly powerful true spirits had long already died out. These true spirits that Yi Yuan released were all the descendants of the true spirits that the Labyrinth Divine Palace raised in the past. These true spirits were all raised by the Labyrinth Divine Palace with special methods. They did not have any intelligence at all, only primitive wildness. After they reached Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, many were unable to transcend the Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation, so they repeated the process of multiplying like that. Before Yi Yuan came here, he quietly released these true spirits under Mi Tian's guidance. Then, he lured these true spirits to go crazy and head over here. Big Yellow alone was naturally not the match of these Saint Exalts joining forces. Therefore, Yi Yuan was long prepared. The faces of the 6 great Saint Exalts flickered indeterminately. As for the other Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, and even half-stepped Saint Sovereign Heavens. They had long fled. This commotion was too terrifying. Run! Saint Exalt Waycloud finally could not bear the pressure, and turned around and ran. How could the other 5 still dare to stay? Being besieged by dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven true spirits, it was totally impossible for them to escape alive. They could only run. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Patting Big Yellow, he said, "Big Yellow, come on." Big Yellow took a step forward and walked into the dense woods unhurriedly, as if not worried about these Saint Exalt true spirits at all. Chapter 2740. The Saint Exalts who were scammed miserably. Chapter 2740. The Saint Exalts who were scammed miserably. In the forest, dust was flying, and it was long already in a chaotic mess. Saint Exalt Waycloud, and the rest were pursued until they ran all over the place. Roar! A huge roar sounded out. Saint Exalt Waycloud was slammed flying by an iron-black beast. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. This Exalt definitely won't let you off. Waycloud roared angrily, but at this time, the iron-black beast's eyes locked onto another person. That person was merely a middle jade Sovereign Heaven, and was inconspicuous in the crowd. At this time, his expression became very ugly, and he cussed heavily. King H. E. L. L. This scoundrelly punk. This Exalt was already very low profile. Must you force your father out? While talking, his strength suddenly skyrocketed, and actually directly reached peak Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. And his appearance also underwent huge changes. The moment Waycloud saw, he could not help saying in a great rage, "Motherf asterisk Kurt Sung Jia, you hit so deeply." Saint Exalt Sung Jia said crossly, "You're the Motherf asterisk Kur. Your entire family, they are all Motherf asterisk Kurs. You couldn't stand the loneliness and insist on revealing your ident. One tie? What the H, E, L. L does it have to do with your father?" Saint Exalt Waycloud's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's join hands and finish this thing off. Although this iron-black beast is only peak Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, its strength is too strong. I'm not a match by myself." Saint Exalt Sung Jia said, "Motherf asterisk Kur. Then what are you still standing there stupidly for? Why haven't you made a move?" The 2 great Saint Exalts were pressed into a corner too, every sentence carrying profanities. These Saint Exalt true spirits that Yi Yuan released disrupted everyone's plans. Those like Saint Exalt Sung Jia did not even reveal their ident. 1. Ties after seeing those heavenly medicines being hunted down at this time, he had no choice but to reveal his strength. The other 5 hidden Saint Exalts were the same as him currently. Keep holding back, and that would be fatal. They had been reluctant to take action all along. Their plan was to wait until there was truly a big opportunity, and then they would suddenly take action. But now, they were forced to expose themselves. These few Saint Exalts even had the heart to kill Yi Yuan, but they had no choice but to face these Saint Exalt true spirits first. Fortunately, they ran in time. These true spirits did not have much intelligence either. That was how they could preserve their lives. Otherwise, being caught up to by those middle or even upper Saint Sovereign Heavens, it would practically be certain death. As for the greater part of the force, they had long already been scattered into a mess, each fleeing for themselves. At this very moment, on a mountain, Big Yellow's imposing momentum was currently in the midst of climbing wildly. Yi Yuan S. and ATC head away the heavenly burial water caltrip flower from S. H. I. Plus use hands previously, but there were still 2 kinds of core ingredients that were not collected yet. He did not expect that they could be collected here. Hence, he naturally did not delay anything either, directly refining a true grade heavenly imperial pill for Big Yellow. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow breaking through and could not help frowning slightly as he said, I didn't expect that a heavenly imperial pill is actually unable to let him rise to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. The gap is really huge. Heavenly stratum powerhouses. Before Saint Sovereign Heaven, it's all about consolidating the foundation. Only by stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven is it considered truly attaining a higher level. After Saint Sovereign Heaven, each step is immensely difficult. Even if it's a true grade heavenly pill, it's impossible to let him reach the heavens in one step too. Of course, if you can refine grade 5 heavenly imperial pills, the effects will naturally be another matter altogether, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. How could grade 5 heavenly imperial pills be so easy to refine? The further up for heavenly imperial pills, the more difficult it was. Furthermore, between grade 4 heavenly pills and grade 5 heavenly pills, it was like Jade Sovereign Heaven and Saint Sovereign Heaven. The gap was massive. In alchemy, this was a tremendous watershed too, because grade 5 heavenly medicines contained great Tao rules in their beings. They were extremely complicated. Otherwise, how could it be called grade 5? Although Yi Yuan was confident, he also knew that it was not easy to take this step. Of course, the most important thing was still having grade 5 heavenly pills to practice with. However, grade 5 heavenly medicines were too precious. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to practice on a large scale too. He had indeed collected quite a number of grade 5 heavenly medicines previously, but these heavenly medicines were all extremely high-quality heavenly medicines and not suitable to use for laying foundations. Even if it was heavenly medicines that grade 5 foundation establishment heavenly pill required, they were extremely precious in the Rainclear continent too. Thinking about it, continuing to stay in the Rainclear continent, it seemed like the prospect was just like that too. After avenging the Marshall Secure heavenly sex enmity, it would also be time for Yi Yuan to leave the Rainclear continent. Big Yellow's realm only stopped at middle stage Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven in the end. Yi Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with this result, but Big Yellow was wildly ecstatic and endlessly grateful to Yi Yuan. Sure enough, following Master Yi out was the wisest choice. Going back after this trip, when Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw him, he would definitely get a big shock. At that time, who knows whether or not he would let go of his pride and become a mount for Master Yi. Half a month later, in front of a magnificent hall, there were 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, each and every one of them looking miserable like beggars. Motherf * King Yi Yuan, he scammed your father badly. In order to shake off the Iron Black Beast, your father even ate the grade 5 heavenly pill that I right. Saint Exalt Waycloud gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, grade 5 heavenly pills were not cabbages to them. To Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, any grade 5 heavenly pill was their lifeblood. But now his lifeblood was gone. How could Saint Exalt Waycloud not be angry? Saint Exalt Skyfortune also gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, be contented. The grade 5 heavenly pills that this Exalt ride for several thousand years, they have all been depleted clean this time. If I still don't get any benefits in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, this Exalt would have made a terrible loss during this trip. This scoundrelly thing really knows how to scam people. Disregarding that he hauled sufficient benefits, he even scammed us miserably. King you all should be content. This Exalt was hunted down by 7 Saint Exalts. There was even an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven among them. Putting aside that all my heavenly pills were exhausted, I was even forcibly beaten into serious injuries. Now I can only unleash the strength of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. The one speaking was Saint Exalt Gu. He was a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, his strength being outstanding, but he had bad luck and was targeted by an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven and pursued all the way, narrowly escaping death several times. Fortunately, those true spirits did not have high intelligence. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured, his strength decreasing by 30%. Now, he could only unleash the strength of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and had nowhere to go and cry. The other Saint Exalt's expressions looked bad. Before the mountain pa S gates, apart from these Saint Exalts, there were also quite a number of Jade Sovereign Heavens and half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens that arrived. However, of the original 400 to 500 strong Jade Sovereign Heaven brigade, there were only less than 200 left now. Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses really suffered heavy losses. However, there was one of them who was in high spirits and energetic. He actually brought along a Saint Exalt True Spirit beside him. This Saint Exalt True Spirit was precisely one of the ones that were hunting them down previously. TSK. Speaking of which, still really got to thank Yi Yuan. Without him, I also couldn't have subdued a Saint Exalt True Spirit. TSK. That guy used Big Yellow to scam me badly. Now, it can be considered to have compensated me. This person was none other than precisely Taoist Wu Fong. Chapter 2741, Corrupt Corpse. Chapter 2741, Corrupt Corpse. The current Taoist Wu Fong was showing off a lot. If it was an ordinary Saint Exalt True Spirit, it would naturally have smacked him to death with a slap. But these Saint Exalt True Spirits did not have intelligence, so it was different. Previously, Taoist Wu Fong was chased by this Saint Exalt True Spirit until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Who knew that he actually broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at the final juncture, his origin divinity improving greatly, and his spirit-controlling art also broke through the shackles. He tussled with this Saint Exalt True Spirit for half a month and finally subdued him. The faces of all the Saint Exalts became black as the bottom of a pot. Each and every one of them suffered heavy losses, but this guy got off cheap. Congratulations, Brother Wu Fong. Brother Wu Fong has excellent means to actually subdue a Saint Exalt True Spirit. Right at this time, a figure rode on a large yellow bull and floated down. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, a series of murderous gazes looked over simultaneously with a whoosh. Especially the 13 Saint Exalt powerhouses, they wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole at this time. Yi Yuan did not take notice of these people's gazes, going straight to Wu Fong's side. Each of these guys was incomparably insidious. If he did not scheme against them, he would have to be schemed against by them. Haha, double congratulations. Didn't you break through too? MN, Saint Exalt Big Yellow broke through too. Wu Fong suddenly discovered that Big Yellow's aura was significantly stronger than before, and could not help being surprised. This was also too fast. Saint Sovereign Heaven, breaking through so much at once, it was not what everyone could accomplish. Saying this, the other Saint Exalts also could not help but wake up, each and every one of their faces becoming even blacker. Without a doubt, Big Yellow only broke through after swallowing those heavenly medicines. They suffered such heavy losses and actually did not get any benefits at all. As for the matter of Yi Yuan breaking through to Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven, it was directly ignored by them. In this place, Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven was really unexceptional. Saint Exalt Waycloud was unreconciled to it in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Brat, you still dare to come? Do you really take it that these Saint Sovereign Heavens, are vegetarians?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not that you guys are vegetarians, but that you should have eaten quite a bit of meat, right? Why? Still want to taste it? I can lure them over again." Saint Exalt Waycloud's face turned black, but he instantly shut up. Saint Exalt Skyfortune gave a cold snort and said, "Forget it, the truly good stuff should be in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. There is no need to haggle over things with him." After entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, this Exalt wants to see whether or not he can still be so arrogant. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" and said, "Then you guys can give it a try and see." At this time, a weak voice behind Yi Yuan said, "That, Brother Yi, I've gathered the 4 Chi Pills heavenly medicines. Can you?" Yi Yuan turned around to look, and it was S.H.I. plus you. He already knew that Big Yellow was a Saint Exalt powerhouse, so he naturally did not dare to be unbridled in front of Yi Yuan. This time, S.H.I. plus you's luck was better, and he was not hunted down by the Saint Exalt true spirits. Furthermore, in the panic, he also found another small-sized medicinal land, and actually collected the 4 Chi Pills heavenly medicines. At this time, he tested it out to see if what Yi Yuan said counted. When Yi Yuan saw him, he revealed a hint of surprise too. This guy really gathered them, but he did not decline and said with a nod, "Of course, there's no problem." Very soon, the expressions of the Saint Exalts changed. 9th grade perfection, grade 4 heavenly imperial pill. This strength, most likely, there's only the Pill Alliance's top elders that can achieve it, right? I think I somewhat understand why Saint Exalt Big Yellow wants to follow him. Seeing the freshly produced 9th grade perfection 4 Chi pill, all of the Saint Exalts were extremely shocked. To be able to refine a heavenly imperial pill to this level, he was absolutely an expert among experts. One had to know being able to refine the 4 Chi pill to 9th grade perfection. Even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had to show sufficient respect to such a heavenly alchemist too. Some Saint Exalts were somewhat dumbfounded. They actually offended such an existence. S.H.I. plus you held the 4 Chi pill, feeling agitated until he was trembling. He just wanted 7th grade. In the end, Yi Yuan actually gave him 9th grade perfection. This medicinal effect, the gap was not an ordinary kind of big. Watching S.H.I. plus you broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. The remaining Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were envious to the extreme. Why did they brave death to trace this Labyrinth Divine Palace? Wasn't it in order to break through Cultivation Realm and increase their strength during this period of time? More and more Jade Sovereign Heavens also gathered outside of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The group of Saint Exalt powerhouses did not enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace rashly because they needed cannon fodders too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace before their eyes was a huge group of palaces. Although they were extremely dilapidated, it gave people a very dangerous feeling. Saint Exalts cherished their lives and were naturally not willing to enter easily. It's around there. Let's go in. The restrictions outside of this Labyrinth Divine Palace have long been broken, but everyone should be more careful, Saint Exalt Skyfortune suddenly said. Everyone nodded one after another, all looking solemn. Clearly, they all sensed the danger. Yi Yuan was not melodramatic either, following the main force into the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Upon entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, a threatening corrupt energy hit them head-on. The corrupt energy had turned corporeal as if blades cutting on the face. What a strong corrupt energy! Yi Yuan exclaimed. When the Labyrinth Divine Palace was at its prime, their disciples, Serpa, said 1,000,000. The weakest was also the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such a colossal sect being destroyed, there are countless resentful souls. What does this bit of corrupt energy count as? The Labyrinth Divine Palace that you guys entered is just the tip of the iceberg of the true Labyrinth Divine Palace. If you really reach the place where the real Mountain Pa S gate is, The corrupt energy can directly wipe you all out. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan also felt shocked when he heard it. 1,000,000 disciples. The weakest was Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of sect was simply unimaginable. One had to know a Saint Sovereign Heaven could virtually do whatever they wanted to in the rain-clear continent. This isn't the real Mountain Pa S. Gates. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, Of course not. With your bit of strength, how can you all find the true labyrinth divine palaces, Mountain Pa S. Gates? This group of palaces doesn't even count as the labyrinth divine palaces outer sect. If you really go to the Mountain Pa S. Gates, I can't protect you either. Maybe even if a grain of dust falls down from the roof, you'll die, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard it. This was also too exaggerated. No idea where the void snap, immortal condensation, is either, Yi Yuan said with a frown. This palace was too big. He even felt a little lost when he entered. Yen Jade True only said void snap, immortal condensation, but did not tell the location. But, come to think of it, it was in a very dangerous place too. Otherwise, with Yen Jade True's strength back, then it was impossible to not have gotten it. Arg! Arg! Everyone did not walk far, when suddenly several miserable screams came from behind. The group of powerhouses were greatly alarmed and discovered that several Jade Sovereign Heavens were already killed by someone with one sword. Everyone's faces changed, and they discovered that since D knows when, there were actually several dozen more people behind them. These people wore uniforms and held standard long swords in their hands, their movements very swift. They looked human, but their eyes and mouth emitted black smoke, looking very sinister and scary. The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses reacted to it too, taking action one after another. Those able to come here alive were at least Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. Their strength was not weak, but when they made a move to deal with these guys, there were only clanking sounds that were made. They could not leave the slightest scar at all. Someone said, the corrupt energy here is too strong. These corpses have been flooded with corrupt energy and are impervious to swords and spears, and they became corrupt corpses. Chapter 2742, Feeling Joy After Surviving a Calamity. Chapter 2742, Feeling Joy After Surviving a Calamity. Bang! Saint Exalt Wake Loud, thrust a palm out. The body of the corrupt corpse was directly decimated by half, but the corrupt corpse did not care at all, and it still brandished its sword and charged over. Saint Exalt Waycloud's brows furrowed slightly, clearly feeling that it was troublesome to deal with. The other Saint Exalts also took action one after another, planning on killing these corrupt corpses. But another group of corrupt corpses rushed out from the flank. The corrupt energy on these corrupt corpses' bodies had virtually turned corporeal. Their strength actually did not pale in comparison to Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The faces of the group of Saint Exalts changed. When their moves landed on the other party's body, the other party was actually completely unscathed and just took a few steps back before charging over again. Bang! Waycloud and the other party exchanged a punch and were directly pushed away, flying out backward. These corrupt corpses are impervious to swords and spears, untainted by myriad laws. They can't be killed at all. Waycloud gritted his teeth and said, boom. There was the sound of a dragon roar, and a streak of sword light flashed past. The head of a corrupt corpse immediately exploded like a watermelon, and then it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Everyone's faces changed, looking towards Yi Yuan in amazement. This sword was precisely released by Yi Yuan using the Dragon Spring sword. The weakness of these corrupt corpses is their heads. Just chop them off will do. Yi Yuan said. Only when everyone heard that did they come back to their senses. All kinds of moves, SMAs. plussing toward the corrupt corpses, heads desperately. But it was easier said than done. Although these corrupt corpses did not have much intelligence, they still had instincts. They protected their heads one after another. There was no way to break it at all. Furthermore, even if those ordinary jade sovereign heavens on the heads, they were unable to break it too. Rather, it was the attacks of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens that were fast and ruthless that could break the heads of the corrupt corpses, like Yi Yuan. Everyone was extremely shocked, only then knowing that the power of Yi Yuan's blow was already comparable to that of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. This guy was just middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. If Saint Sovereign Heavens did not emerge, his strength was actually already comparable to that of half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. The surrounding corrupt corpses got more and more. Furthermore, their strength got stronger and stronger. At this time, peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpses already appeared. Just how many corrupt corpses are there here? At this rate, we all have to die here. Saint Exalt Skyfortune gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan also frowned slightly. He finally knew what they all encountered. This was just entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, and there were already so many powerful corrupt corpses. Going deeper in, it was bound to be even more dangerous. They seemed to be forcing us into that sageway. We can't go over. There must be even more powerful existences there. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said anxiously. Otherwise, what should we do? Entering is death. Retreating is also death. Saint Exalt Yuan roared angrily. Senior, what should we do now? Yi Yuan frowned and said, clearly, he felt the pressure too. More than a dozen Saint Sovereign Heaven realm corrupt corpses had already appeared around them. At this rate, the Saint Exalts would not be able to hold on any longer. Well, let Big Yellow blaze a trail and head northwest direction. I remember back, then there's a treasure depository pavilion there. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Void Snap Immortal Condensation should be there. That little fellow's strength wasn't very strong. It's impossible to go very deep. Reaching that place is already the limit, Mi Tian said. Big Yellow. There. When Yi Yuan heard that, he gave a cold cry, without hesitation. Big Yellow received the order, and his body started twisting. Following that, a bull hoof suddenly kicked out. A Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpse in front directly had its head blown apart. Furthermore, the remnant momentum was unabated. The row of corrupt corpses at the back were all kicked flying. Under Mi Tian's guidance, Big Yellow's coquettish profligate, hoof, already attained a higher level. Its power could not be mentioned in the same breath. Plus, his cultivation realm soared greatly by relying on the coquettish profligate hoof. Even if he encountered Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens, he had the power to fight too. At this time, Big Yellow erupted with his full strength and directly carved out a B-L-O-O-D-Y path. Let's go. The two people lunged and dashed out of the encirclement. All the Saint Exalts were startled by this kick. Seeing Yi Yuan two people escape, they followed after without thinking. Follow! Saint Exalt Waycloud shouted. One figure after another galloped out. But those powerhouses that were being entangled fell into an encirclement again very quickly. Arg! Arg! One miserable scream after another came over. Those people were engulfed by the corrupt corpses very soon. Among them even included a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. He was entangled by two Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpses and failed to get away immediately, but fell into a heavy encirclement. Hearing the miserable screams from behind, everyone did not dare to turn their heads back either, and could only flee desperately. Roar! Right at this time, A boorish roar came from behind. With this roar, the corrupt corpses at the back had an outbreak collectively and chased after this side frenziedly. That corrupt energy, which swept up, made the faces of the Saint Exalts change wildly. Not good. This is a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpse. He already has intelligence. If he catches up, we'll be dead for sure. These guys were driving us in his direction just now. Now, he has turned angry from Imbara. Esment. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed. As he said, they felt that there was an Astonis. H.I. plus ing aura from behind that already reached the level of grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. If he caught up, these people would all have to die. Originally, that corrupt corpse had cornered these people. Who knew that big yellow suddenly erupted, completely disrupting his deployment. Hence, he got angry. Grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpse. The speed was extremely fast. In this narrow sageway, he looked like he was going to catch up. Kid, the lamp that's diagonally right ahead is a restriction. Quickly go and turn it on. Mitian said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned to the side, letting everyone escape first. At this time, that grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpse was already near at hand. When Yi Yuan saw it, he felt his scalp tingle too. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan turned the lamp. Buzz, buzz. That corrupt corpse's claw was practically in front of Yi Yuan's face already. But right at this time, an extremely powerful restriction force appeared in the sageway. Before that corrupt corpse had time to react, it actually directly turned into a wisp of black smoke and died. As for the corrupt corpses following behind it, they also turned to ashes in an instant. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he drew a breath of cold air too. What a powerful restriction! A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven corrupt corpse. How fearsome was its strength? Most likely, even a human who was similarly grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was not his match. It was actually vaporized in an instant. Only at this moment did Yi Yuan experience what was called powerful. It would likely be a cinch for this restriction to deal with true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too. When those Saint Exalts saw this scene, each and every one of them slumped to the ground, having happiness from surviving a calamity. Be Brother Yi, thank you for saving us. Saint Exalt Purple Sun's complexion was deathly pale as he said, Brother Yi, thank you so much. Many thanks, Brother Yi, for not taking prior transgressions to heart and saving our lives. The Saint Exalt's powerhouses gave thanks one after another. Just now, it was really a hair's breadth between life and death. They almost caught up. Saint Sovereign Heaven, the gap of a minor realm was too big. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible to be a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven's match too. If not for Yi Yuan, they would have all been dead for sure. Feeling the joy of surviving a calamity, how could they still have hostility toward Yi Yuan? There were only feelings of gratitude. However, they were very surprised too. How did Yi Yuan know that there was an invisible restriction switch here? Just now, if Yi Yuan wanted to plot against them, they would also be like that corrupt corpse just now, turning into ashes. Chapter 2743, The Pill Alliance's True Strength. Chapter 2743, The Pill Alliance's True Strength. Yi Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and also let out a long sigh in relief. That corrupt corpse king's claw had already almost reached his face just now. His life was really hanging by a thread. He saved everyone on a whim just now, his heart racing from it too. These were all Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. It would be such a shame if they died. You all are thinking too much. It's not that I'm not taking prior transgressions to heart. I just feel that you guys are all Saint Sovereign Heavens. It would be such a shame if you died. Better to leave behind a useful body and do something meaningful. Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone frowned, hearing Yi Yuan's overtone. Brother Yi seems to know a lot about this labyrinth divine palace, Saint Exalt Purple Sun said. Along the way, Yi Yuan schemed against them time and again, like he had arrived at his own home. Especially just now, there were many lamps on this path. Yet, Yi Yuan knew the one that triggered the restriction. This was somewhat unusual. Yi Yuan did not hide it either, and said coolly, I can bring you all out. I can also share with you all part of the natural treasures here. In fact, I can even help you all step into Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, even Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. But all the Saint Exalts listened up, their faces full of doubts. Why did this boy suddenly change his character? Furthermore, could Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven be broken through because you said so? Brother Yi, if you have anything to say, just say it, Saint Exalt Purple Sun said with a smile. Yi Yuan knew that they did not believe it, and said coolly, do you know why Big Yellow is willing to follow me? What else can there be? Because you can refine Heavenly Imperial pills. Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pill, the medicinal effect was not weak anymore. However, while Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pills could greatly improve Big Yellow's strength, it was insufficient to let these people break through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Everyone smiled and did not speak. Big Yellow gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you all know that I was still just Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven several years ago? Now, a few years later, which one of you is my match? The expressions of the Saint Exalt powerhouses changed, all revealing looks of astonishment. They thought that Big Yellow was originally Saint Sovereign Heaven, and that Yi Yuan refining grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pills was just superfluous. They did not expect that Big Yellow, this Saint Exalt, was actually single-handedly created by Yi Yuan. This was terrifying. A Jade Sovereign Heaven that could create Saint Sovereign Heavens at will. This was a little too monstrous, right? Saint Exalt Big Yellow, is this true? Saint Exalt Waycloud sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Hoo-hoo, if Master Yi can only refine ordinary Heavenly Imperial pills, do you think that this Exalt would follow him so willingly? Big Yellow said. The moment everyone heard it, they felt that it made sense. Saint Exalt true spirits were not only proud, but they were also unfriendly towards humans, let alone talk about being their mounts. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan could refine ordinary Heavenly Imperial pills, the two of their statuses should be reversed, and not Yi Yuan taking the initiative. This indicated that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was even more formidable than they imagined. No need to keep guessing. You all are Saint Exalt powerhouses. You should have heard of True Grade before, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed abruptly. True Grade, this was an unfamiliar term in the past, but ever since the Estonies, plus in great battle that Yi Yuan of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had with the Pill Alliance's Holy Son, Tsang Yongning, the name of True Grade, also spread. However, this level of Heavenly Pill was not circulated on the market at all, but monopolized by the Pill Alliance. In reality, more than 100 years had said, not only did the 5 great heavenly regions' various major heavenly sects' alchemy path strength not improve, it regressed significantly instead, because the Pill Alliance's current monopoly was even more stringent. Monopolizing heavenly pills was tantamount to controlling the various major heavenly sects' lifeblood clutching their throats. True Grade, Heavenly Pill. Yi Yuan, could it be that your Saint Exalt Waycloud suddenly remembered something and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror? The others were not dumb either. Linking these two terms together, if they still did not know who Yi Yuan was, then they could really find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. When Yi Yuan was killed back then, he was still only greater sublime heavenly stratum. Logically speaking, he was just an unknown junior. But that was not the case. Yi Yuan established the Pill Pavilion back then, defeated the Holy Sun, achieved true grade, and stirred up monstrously huge waves in the 5 great heavenly regions. If it were not for this, the Pill Alliance also would not have exterminated the 5 light heavenly region with ruthless means. Others did not know, but how could these Saint Exalts not know? They just rarely showed their faces in front of people. It did not mean that they really shut themselves away from worldly affairs. I heard that the Pill Alliance's alliance chief personally took action and killed you. You actually didn't die? Saint Exalt Skyfortune had a look of shock, too. How can this Yi die so easily before avenge the great enmity? Rather, it's you all, these Saint Sovereign Heavens. You became the Pill Alliance's lackeys so willingly? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Actually, seeing these Saint Sovereign Heavens, Yi Yuan already roughly guessed the Pill Alliance's strength today. These Saint Sovereign Heavens that came today were probably already more than half of the 5 great heavenly regions' power. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the 5 great heavenly regions actually had so many hidden Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. However, for the Pill Alliance to be able to suppress so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, their strength could be seen at a glance. Saying lacking was likely a little too much. Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were aloof from worldly affairs. The Pill Alliance did not have a big influence on them, but they did not dare to intervene in sect affairs anymore as well. Back then, the Pill Alliance destroyed the 5 great heavenly sects with ruthless means and killed 5 great veteran Saint Sovereign Heavens, shocking all of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. How could they still dare to say a word of dissent? Ho-ho, Brother Yi, you said it lightly. Do you know how strong the Pill Alliance's true strength is? Do you know that destroying your 5 great heavenly sects back then was actually carried out at the same time? And that alliance chief who took action to kill your martial secure heavenly sect was merely the alliance chief of the Pill Alliance's branch. Saint Sovereign Skyfortune also said, with a helpless look. Saint Exalt Waycloud's eyes also flickered, and he said, the Pill Alliance's General Alliance's Li Changsheng is an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven super powerhouse. According to what I know, the Saint Exalt powerhouses that the Pill Alliance possesses are no less than 20. Do you know that we all, these old undyings added together, also don't surpa S20? The strongest is also merely Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. What else can we do if we don't be lackeys? Yi Yuan also drew a cold breath as he listened. It was still his first time learning about the Pill Alliance's true strength. He originally thought that he already survived well enough in Heavenly South and the Myriad Demons Mountain, and returning to destroy the Pill Alliance would not be a problem. He did not expect that the Pill Alliance's General Alliance was actually an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven super powerhouse. This way, it was really a little troublesome. However, even if it was an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was impossible to make him give up on revenge too. No powerhouse, then he would create a powerhouse. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, right now, the Pill Alliance has monopolized all of the alchemy resources. Their Saint Sovereign Heavens will get stronger and stronger. But you all can only rush ahead into danger and come to this kind of dangerous place. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. In less than 1,000 years, the rain-clear continent won't have any other heavenly sects. Could it be that you all are willing? Chapter 2744. A United Front. Chapter 2744. A United Front. The faces of all the Saint Sovereigns were very solemn. How could they not have thought of these things that Yi Yuan said? But, apart from waiting to perish, what else could they do? Putting up a desperate fight would not have a way out of it. The Pill Alliance was too strong. What can we do even if we're not willing to accept it? Saint Exalt Waycloud let out a long sigh and said, "Not willing, you naturally have to revolt. All of you are Rain-Clear Continent's top powerhouses. Only by gathering together can you overthrow the Pill Alliance's rule." Yi Yuan said coolly, but Saint Exalt Purple Sun shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if we gather together, we're not the Pill Alliance's match either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's merely 20 Saint Sovereign Heavens. There are already 12 of you all present. 5 great heavenly regions. Saint Sovereign Heavens would not be less than 15 no matter what, right? Add in myriad demons' mountains, 9 great Saint Exalts. You have even more than the Pill Alliance. As for the high-level combat force, leave this to me to resolve." What? When did the myriad demons' mountain have 9 great Saint Exalts? Saint Exalt Purple Sun's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Pill Alliance has true grade heavenly pills and can create Saint Exalt powerhouses. Can I do the same? If there are sufficient heavenly medicines, forget about 9 great Saint Exalts. Even if it's 90 Saint Exalts, what does it count for?" Everyone looked at Yi Yuan and could not help being speechless. How great a price did they pay in order to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? But when it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it was as simple as eating and drinking, really making people unable to live. But thinking about it, everyone felt at ease too. Why did the Pill Alliance have so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Wasn't it because they grasped true grade, heavenly pills? This Yi doesn't need everyone to do anything either. After this Yi kills my way back to the 5 great heavenly regions, I hope that everyone can lend a helping hand. That will do. The harvest this time isn't small. I'll help you all refine some heavenly pills later to help your strength improve further. In the future, after destroying the Pill Alliance, this Yi will re-establish the Pill Pavilion and S down the true grade Tao teaching, letting everyone no longer be controlled by people. I wonder what everyone thinks. These people were all old foxes who would not commit themselves until success is certain. Although he saved them, this concerned their lives. They would not easily agree. In fact, it was also not impossible that they agree to it here, and then they went to deliver the information to the Pill Alliance after going out, wanting to rope them in. The best way was the tying of interests. Sing down Tao teachings, refining heavenly pills. This absolutely had an allure for them. In order to suppress them, it was definitely impossible for the Pill Alliance to provide them grade 5 heavenly pills. This also cut off their hopes of advancement. Otherwise, why would they be willing to take the unusual risk and enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace? Others did not know, but how could they all, these old fellows, not have heard of the Labyrinth Divine Palace before? Back then, Shuabufan, that group of supreme powerhouses, only had Shuabufan alone coming out alive. Did they not have any idea how dangerous it was? It was just that they had no choice but to do so. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan said this, the eyes of the Saint Exalts lit up. "Brother Yi, is this true?" Saint Exalt Purple Sun said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "More real than real gold. In the future, when I re-establish the Pill Pavilion and break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, helping you all reach grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven isn't something hard to. You all know that this isn't a big deal to me. Being limited by resources, it was probably a little tough for Yi Yuan to want to reach the realm of true grade in the Rain-Clear Continent. In reality, Yi Yuan guessed that it was impossible for the Pill Alliance's alliance chief to refine a grade 5 heavenly pill of true grade 2. After all, grade 5 heavenly medicines were too rare in the Rain-Clear Continent. But Yi Yuan's foundation was extremely solid. For ordinary grade 5 heavenly pills, it was a cinch for him to refine until ninth grade. Saint Exalt Purple Sun looked at the group of Saint Exalts and said, "Brothers, how do you all see it? There's a young man in front of us that can reach Li Chongsha, that level of existence." Clearly, he was moved. Saint Exalt Waycloud was the first to nod his head and said, "Okay, my 7-star heavenly sect joins. But I have a condition. We must see an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's a course. I want to take revenge, not seek death." Saint Exalt Skyfortune nodded and said, "Okay, we're joining too." The 12 Saint Exalts all joined without exception. Got to be joking. Someone who could refine true grade heavenly pills. There was presently only this one apart from the Pill Alliance. This village, and there would be no such shop anymore. Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses all had to face the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. If their strength stopped improving, they might just kick the bucket any day. Younger brother Yi, can you count me in? I'm also someone who has a Saint Exalt true spirit presently. Wu Fong suddenly said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course. You gather the precious jade, heavenly sacred pills, heavenly medicines. I can help you refine it and assist you to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven." When Taoist Wu Fong heard that, he could not help being overjoyed. The heavenly medicines of the precious jade, heavenly sacred pill, were very hard to collect, but he had hopes of stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he said to all the Jade Sovereign Heavens, "You all swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. No one is allowed to divulge today's matter." Even if the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present had unhappiness in their hearts, they had no choice but to swear the heavenly Tao oath too. Finished doing all these, Yi Yuan brought everyone into the depths of the Sageway Treasure Depository Pavilion. The front door was already broken, but the terrifying undulation coming from inside made the expressions of all the Saint Exalts change. The restrictions in this Treasure Depository Pavilion were activated. Through the restriction, they could see that there were many treasures inside. That's a grand missed treasure. So many grand missed treasures. Heavenly pills, too. So many heavenly pills. That's Void Snap, Immortal Condensation. Heavenly Sorrow, Profound Spirit. Silver Frost, Heavenly Leaf. Hiss, so many good treasures. This restriction undulation isn't the slightest bit weaker than that one earlier. Able to see but unable to touch, these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were nearly going insane. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries, I'll go in and take it." Saint Exalt Purple Sun's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Brother Yi, you mustn't joke about this. Even if you're very familiar with this place, this restriction isn't what you can barge through." The Void Snap, Immortal Condensation, was in there. Back then, the things inside that Yen Jade Shrew, they all could not get, it was naturally because of the restriction too. Yi Yuan did not say anything either, taking a step out and stepping into the restrictions. Many powerhouses present all cried out in alarm, but they discovered that Yi Yuan was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth in the restriction, advancing little by little, and he actually did not trigger the restriction. All the powerhouses stared wide-eyed. How did this guy do it? This restriction is at least grade 6. Could it be that he also knows grade 6 restrictions? Saint Exalt Waycloud was speechless. Grade 6 restrictions don't exist on the Rainclear continent at all. How in the world did he, an Ascender, do it? Saint Exalt Purple Sun also said in surprise. Concerning Yi Yuan obtaining the Labyrinth Divine Palace's map somewhere and knowing about the restriction switch, this was still explainable. But Pa S. Sing through a grade 6 restriction. This was too fantastical. One had to know true sovereign heaven powerhouses had never appeared on the Rainclear continent before, let alone talk about grade 6 restrictions. Chapter 2745. 100 Herbs, Ilu.S. Trothead Handbook. Chapter 2745. 100 Herbs, Ilu.S. Trothead Handbook. Seeing the dazzling array of natural treasures in front of him, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This time, it was really an abundant harvest. There were many finished, heavenly pills in this treasure depository pavilion. They were basically all grade 5 heavenly pills. Furthermore, there were even some true grade heavenly pills among them. It seemed like what Mitian said was not false. The weakest in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was also at the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. However, he did not find grade 6 heavenly pills here. It seemed like this place did not even count as outer sect. Apart from these, there were also many natural treasures and rare materials here, such as the Void Snap, Immortal Condensation. These natural treasures were not suitable for refining pills, but the effects were not weaker than heavenly pills. In addition, there were also several dozen grade 1 Grand Mist treasures. Grand Mist treasures that were hard to come across in the outside world were basically cabbages here. Of course, Yi Yuan was not interested in Grand Mist treasures. But with these heavenly pills, Yi Yuan had a crazy idea. Back then, the Pill Alliance brought several times the number of Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heavens, and destroyed the sect. Today, he could bring a bunch of Saint Sovereign Heavens to attack the Pill Alliance. If there were sufficient heavenly medicines, Yi Yuan could naturally create a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. But sadly, heavenly medicines were too hard to find. But these heavenly pills in front of him could create a large number of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. At that time, thinking of how several dozen Saint Sovereign Heavens descended upon the Pill Alliance, Yi Yuan really wanted to see what kind of expression Li Changxing would have. Back then, the sacred destiny pill that the 5 great kings and Meng Frostwind fought desperately to seize, there were several dozen bottles of it here. Furthermore, the quality of these sacred destiny pills was extremely high. They were at least all at the level of 8th grade. Well worthy of being the former number 1 great sect of the heavens, they were indeed immensely wealthy. These things did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. But to these people from outside, it was a Ma's fortune. Yi Yuan put away the treasures and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's breathing became ragged. There were too many good items inside. If not for being wary of Yi Yuan, they wished to kill and seize the treasures right now. Yi Yuan was not stingy either. After coming out, he immediately took out 12 Grand Mist treasures and threw them to those Saint Sovereign Heavens. 1 article for each person. The rest I still have to share with others, and won't be giving to you all, Yi Yuan said coolly. Saint Exalt Waycloud held a Grand Mist treasure longsword and said gleefully, "With this sword, my strength will increase greatly. Right now, even if it's facing off against a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, I have the strength to fight too." Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, younger brother Yi. This time, without you, us old things would have to lose our lives here, let alone talk about getting such fine treasures. Saint Exalt Purple Sun stroked his Grand Mist treasure and said with reluctance to let go of it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You all take these heavenly pills. These heavenly pills are sufficient for you all to cultivate to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven." Saint Exalt Waycloud said in disbelief, "Sovereign Extreme Chi Supplementing Pill. This is a grade 5 cultivation. Heavenly pill. Are you really going to give it to us?" Yi Yuan said, "Our common goal is the Pill Alliance. The stronger you all are, the less fearful the Pill Alliance will be. Enough, take them. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression was solemn, and he said, Younger brother Yi, you repaid evil with good, and are broad-minded. This Exalt admires. You rest assured this Exalt will definitely go all out to destroy the Pill Alliance. The others also expressed their stands one after another. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This isn't just for me. It's also for yourselves. I believe everyone. All right, there's still a scripture library in front. Let's go together and have a look. As he said, Yi Yuan led the way and continued deeper in. Back then, when the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Mountain S gates were breached, this outer sex losses were relatively small instead. Actually, a lot of those corrupt corpses outside were the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples. They were actually killed by the aftermath of the Powerhouse's battles. As for the things here, they were relatively well preserved. Very soon, Yi Yuan found the scripture library under Mi Tian's guidance. This was just the outer sex scripture library. There were not a lot of profound stuff, but to these people it was sufficient. There were many cultivation methods in the scripture library. To these Jade Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens, they naturally behaved like they obtained priceless treasures. Yi Yuan was not very interested in these. The things he was more interested in were the Alchemy Path and Formation Path records. 100 Herbs Ilyu Trothead Handbook. Yi Yuan discovered that this name was written on a jade slip and immediately became interested. Kid, this thing is a good thing to you. Back then, the Labyrinth Divine Palace was extremely powerful. There are none of the natural treasures of all the heavens that they can obtain. Therefore, their powerful heavenly alchemists also listed an extremely detailed heavenly medicine catalog. It's estimated that 80% of all the heavens' heavenly medicines were recorded in it. Of course, apart from this 100 Herbs Ilyu Trothead Handbook, they still have trations of other rare materials, so on and so forth. However, this is the most suitable for you. Mi Tian talked about this as if enumerating his family's valuables. The reason why he was so familiar with the Labyrinth Divine Palace was that he was on extremely close terms with one of the palace masters. At that time, Mi Tian was the Labyrinth Divine Palace's frequent guest. It was just that, sadly, that palace master fell later on, and his successor was also the Labyrinth Divine Palace's last palace master. Although his strength was head and shoulders above all others, his ambition was also extremely inflated, resulting in leading to the results later on. When Yi Yuan heard, his eyes could not help lighting up. This 100 Herbs Ilyu Trothead Handbook was simply too important to him. With it, Yi Yuan's alchemy path would go even more smoothly, sinking his divine sense in one image after another, and words were displayed in front of Yi Yuan. The records of those heavenly medicines were all extremely detailed. One had to know every one of those heavenly alchemists in the Labyrinth Divine Palace had the ability to shock the heavens. Although Yi Yuan was extremely talented, the current him was still too weak compared to those people. The medicinal properties of these heavenly medicines, growth environment, so on and so forth, were all recorded one by one. There's actually such a thing. What Senior said is right. This is indeed too important to me. Yi Yuan said happily, briefly browsing through some of the heavenly medicines. Yi Yuan discovered that the descriptions on it were virtually identical to his own understanding. The depths of these heavenly alchemists' skill could be seen. The medicinal properties of these heavenly medicines from grade 1 to grade 4, Yi Yuan could be said to know them like the back of his hand. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience. On the rain-clear continent, most likely apart from Li Chongsheng, there was no one more formidable than him. But these heavenly alchemists were really formidable. Hoo-hoo, this old man knew that you needed this thing. That's why I specifically guided you to come here. Apart from this, there's also the formation Tao 9,000 scrolls over there. However, this place is just the outer sect. It likely won't be the entire book. In the future, when your strength is sufficient, you can enter the true Labyrinth Divine Palace. That place is where the real treasures are. However, when the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Mountain Pa S gates were smashed back then, it's likely that the treasures inside have all been moved out by people. Whether or not you can find it will depend on your luck, Mi Tian said with a smile. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being captivated. This Labyrinth Divine Palace was really full of treasures everywhere. The number one major sect across every heaven and myriad worlds was really not a boast. Chapter 2746, Peerless Heavens Chosen. Chapter 2746, Peerless Heavens Chosen. Younger brother Yi, we really made a killing this time. These cultivation method secret books are enough to let us cultivate to true sovereign heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud grinned, almost laughing until his mouth was crooked. The grudges with Yi Yuan previously, he had also long flung it beyond the ninth heaven. He had entered many mystic realms in this lift before, but the harvest was also not as great as this time when added up. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, grand mist treasure, heavenly pills, it was simply unbelievably amazing. Reality proved that following Yi Yuan would have meat to eat, while opposing Yi Yuan would lead to the result of dying faster. Younger brother Yi, you really don't want these cultivation methods secret books. Saint Exalt Purple Sun still did not dare to believe it, as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I don't lack these. You all keep them for yourselves. Oh, all right then. Thank you, younger brother Yi. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said with an excited look. Mi Tian said that the cultivation method secret books here were supreme scriptures to ordinary folks, but it did not hold a candle to the wordless heavenly skill. If it was where the Labyrinth Divine Palace's true Mountain Pa S gates were, those cultivation methods would be the real treasures. However, even if Yi Yuan obtained them, he had no need to cultivate either. The wordless heavenly skill was also at the top level even if placed in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Furthermore, the cultivation method that Yi Yuan cultivated was of the same lineage. There would be no benefits to change to other cultivation methods. As for martial techniques, Yi Yuan had always walked the path of pioneering, unless it was some powerful auxiliary secret art. Otherwise, Yi Yuan rarely practiced them. These books were divided up very quickly. Of course, if not for Yi Yuan presiding over the overall situation, this bunch of guys would have long started killing. Younger brother, Yi, where are we going next? Continue advancing or going out? Saint Exalt Waycloud asked. They were already following Yi Yuan's lead now, at least in this Labyrinth Divine Palace. If Yi Yuan made them head east, they definitely would not dare to go west. Leaving Yi Yuan was too dangerous. Yi Yuan said, I'm going to cultivate now. Are you all going together or going out first? Saint Exalt Waycloud was taken aback and said, cultivating? In here? Yi Yuan nodded and said, walking past this corridor, there's a venue for training disciples. Since we came, we naturally can't waste it. Cultivating here was naturally Mi Tian, giving pointers. In the past few decades, Yi Yuan devoted himself to close seclusion cultivation, his realm and alchemy path strength advancing by leaps and bounds. But he fell behind in the aspect of rule comprehension. At present, Yi Yuan's 3 great rules still remained at the 3rd level. The eruption previously was also by relying on the sharpness of his weapon. Disciple, younger brother Yi, what's there to cultivate at the disciples' training venue? Saint Exalt Waycloud said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum is the threshold for the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples. No matter how talented the Jade Sovereign Heaven, they aren't qualified enough either. The moment everyone heard, their I-B-A-L-L-S almost popped out. What? Younger brother Yi, this joke is too much. Saint Exalt Waycloud said with a look of disbelief. Yeah, Saint Sovereign Heavens are rulers of a region no matter what. When they arrive at the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they are just gate-guarding disciples. Saint Exalt Purple Sun also said in disbelief. These Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were aloof from worldly affairs in Rainclear Continent, their status being lofty. They naturally knew that there was a mountain beyond mountain, and that there was always someone better. There was still true sovereign heaven above Saint Sovereign Heaven. But even so, they also did not feel that they only had the fate of being a disciple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whether to believe it or not is up to you guys. Are you all going out now or going to cultivate together with me? Saint Exalt Waycloud snorted coldly and said, this Exalt wants to see just how this Labyrinth Divine Palace trains disciples. Saint Exalt Purple Sun nodded and said, this Exalt wants to witness it too. The other Saint Exalts also nodded one after another, clearly all very unconvinced. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since that's the case, come with me then. Over time, many powerful dangers naturally bred within the palace. However, with Mi Tian's guidance, Yi Yuan made use of the power of the restrictions and eradicated many dangers. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens followed Yi Yuan in shock and anxiety, their expressions changing again and again. Pa-S, sing through a gloomy and dark corridor. A row of Ma-S, Civ training grounds appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan brought everyone to a training ground. After fumbling, he discovered that there were several grooves not far away from the door. Yi Yuan took out a bunch of heavenly crystals and fitted them into the grooves. Very soon, this training ground lit up like a machine being activated. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he smiled and said, luckily, the training ground wasn't wrecked. Light lit up in the training ground. However, no overly soul-stirring scene appeared. Everything was as usual, but at this time, a light screen suddenly appeared on the wall of the training ground. Rows of names appeared on it. Labyrinth Divine Palace Outer Sect. Number 1 Saint Sovereign Heaven in History, Jun Tian Shao. Labyrinth Divine Palace Outer Sect. Number 2 Saint Sovereign Heaven in History, Zhuo Wentian. Labyrinth Divine Palace Outer Sect. Number 100th Saint Sovereign Heaven in History, Sun Qi. 100 names were displayed on this light screen. The names were not very soul-stirring, but in history, 2 words appeared particularly eye-catching. Others did not know, but Yi Yuan knew how powerful the Labyrinth Divine Palace was when it was glorious. At its peak, it was known for having 1 million disciples, and Mi Tian said that the Labyrinth Divine Palace had been Pa-S, said down for dozens of generations, for as long as 1 million years. This kind of behemoth being able to rank in the top 100, what kind of heavens chosen were they? Not talking about these dozens of generations, just the last generation of disciples, ranking in the top 100 among 1 million Saint Sovereign Heavens. That was a terrifying to the extreme character. Ha! Kid, these 100 people won't bully people. You only have Jade Sovereign Heaven strength. They will face off against you with their strength when they were at Jade Sovereign Heaven. If you can take down these 100 people, then your talent can absolutely rank in the top 100 of the 33 heavens. Mi Tian was somewhat gloating over others' misfortune as he said. The meaning of his words was very clear. It was that he did not feel that Yi Yuan could beat these 100 people. In fact, he was not even a match for the 100th place. Senior, you're not optimistic about me at all. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself. Mi Tian smiled and said, "Kid, don't think that I'm looking down on you. My words are actually already flattering you a lot. Not everyone has the qualifications to challenge these 100 people. Those guys don't even have the qualifications to challenge at all. You don't know how many overwhelmingly talented people had once appeared in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's generations of disciples before. Being able to rank in the top 100, their combat power doesn't just reign supreme in their era. In the long river of history, they can laugh proudly across all the heavens too. Among these people, as long as they didn't fall, they basically all became hegemon realm superpowerhouses later on. They roamed all the heavens unhindered. No one dared to provoke. Otherwise, how could the Labyrinth Divine Palace have the capital to want to unify all the heavens? Yi Yuan knew that Mi Tian's words were actually very objective, but Yi Yuan's desire to excel was already stimulated by Mi Tian. Was he really inferior to these peerless heavens chosen? Yi Yuan defied heaven step by step, walking all the way, casting so many heavens chosen into the shade. Today, would he be bested by these former heavens chosen? Chapter 2747, The Might of Heavens Chosen. Chapter 2747, The Might of Heavens Chosen. Outer sect, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, are merely just outer sect disciples? Could it be that what younger brother Yi said is true? This Labyrinth Divine Palace is actually powerful to this extent. This so-called cultivation room is just fighting with these 100 people? Ho-ho, what's the use of such training? Beyond the surprise, these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses revealed disdainful looks very soon. In their view, the outer sect's top 100 was nothing more than this. On the rain-clear continent, which of those capable of cultivating to Saint Sovereign Heaven realm was not a peerless heavens chosen? They examined their own conscience and felt that even if they were inferior to this Labyrinth Divine Palace, they absolutely would not be much worse either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are 10 cultivation rooms here. Here is the number 1 cultivation room. The other 9 are powerhouses from the top 1,000 to 101st place in the history of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Why not everyone try it out first?" Saint Exalt Waycloud was the first to step out of the ranks and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yi, your alchemy path strength is indeed unparalleled under the heavens. But I think that this Labyrinth Divine Palace's cultivation room is also nothing more than this. If we can't even win these people, then we can forget about muddling along. How about this? I'll test out the strength of this 100th place first." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. He did an inviting gesture. Saint Exalt Waycloud, A.S., summed his responsibility too, and went straight to the center of the cultivation room, while the others sized it up with curious faces, looking at just how strong the so-called history's top 100 was. The moment Saint Exalt Waycloud's footsteps stopped, the entire cultivation room seemed to suddenly come to life. A figure stood with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Saint Exalt Waycloud. Saint Exalt Waycloud smiled confidently and said, "You're the so-called 100th place in history. Sun Chi? I think that it's also merely SOSO." The other party's cultivation realm was identical with Saint Exalt Waycloud's. Sun Chi was merely an illusory figure, but seeing Saint Exalt Waycloud, his brows furrowed, and he said, "You're too weak. This cultivation room isn't suitable for you." Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression turned cold when he heard that, and he said disdainfully, "Punk, stop pretending to be capable. If you have the ability, win against this Exalt before talking." Sun Chi shook his head slightly, and he said, "The cultivation rooms don't kill people. But if you're forcefully challenging the top 100, be prepared to get seriously injured." Saint Exalt Waycloud gave a cold snort, his body immediately erupting with a powerful pressure. Great Dipper Heaven Ma, sacring palm. Saint Exalt Waycloud roared, a palm striking until the void trembled. The strength of a Saint Sovereign Heaven was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form at this moment. Saint Exalt Waycloud, not being able to win Big Yellow, did not mean that he was weak. In reality, he could rank in the top 5 among lower Saint Sovereign Heavens. It was also precisely because of his deterrent force that the 7-star heavenly sect could become true young heavenly domains, #1 heavenly sect. When Sun Chi saw the situation, he just shook his head slightly. With one hand behind his back, his right hand formed his fingers as a sword, and he pointed a finger out casually. Uffed. In just an instant, Sun Chi's finger tapped onto Saint Exalt Waycloud's chest. Saint Exalt Waycloud spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and flew out backward. This finger already made him sustain heavy injuries. Too weak, with your measly strength, challenging the 1,000th place isn't enough either, Sun Chi said, and then disappeared. The expressions of each and every one of the powerhouses present changed abruptly. This Sun Chi was seriously too strong. That finger earlier was too ordinary and insignificant. There wasn't the slightest undulation at all. Whatever Saint Sovereign Heaven pressure, whatever great Tao power, none at all. That finger was just like the most ordinary finger. It was as if it was tapped by a mortal. But Saint Exalt Waycloud could not defend at all. Such an attack method simply subverted their understanding. This is also too fake. How did he do it? Is this the strength of the top 100? It's simply instantly killing in the same rank. This isn't an ordinary instant kill. He doesn't even have divine essence undulation. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens finally realized the unusual aspect of this cultivation room. Even Yi Yuan's complexion turned slightly white too. That finger, just now, if it was him, he could not stand up to it either. Although there wasn't the slightest divine essence undulation, this finger of Sun Chi's already glimpsed the origin of great Tao. In front of him, Saint Exalt Waycloud's attack was full of flaws from head to toe. Formless, winning moves. Saint Exalt Waycloud's complexion was deathly pale, fresh blood spurting out of his mouth continuously. This blow inflicted heavy wounds on him. If the other party had the intention to kill, he would already be a corpse now. The opponent was too strong. At this time, Big Yellow suddenly spoke up. "Let me test it out." Yi Yuan did not stop him and said with a nod, "Who do you want to challenge?" Big Yellow said, "The top 100 is too strong. I won't be a match even if I cultivate another 10,000 years. Let me try challenging the 1,000th place first." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and brought everyone to the 10th cultivation room. Inserting heavenly crystals, it lit the cultivation room up once again. 100 names appeared on the light screen once more. The 1,000th place W.A. and Ji Shiyun was a woman. Big Yellow chose W.A. and Ji Shiyun's name and stepped into the training ground. With Big Yellow challenging someone, each and every one of the powerhouses present was waiting to see the battle. Big Yellow's strength was obvious to all. Even if he faced off against a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was not without the power to fight either. At Saint Sovereign Heaven this realm, he was already unbelievably strong to be able to jump realms and battle. The projection of a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone, looking harmless to man and beast. She glanced at Big Yellow and said with a frown, "True spirit?" Big Yellow was not long-winded either, and said, "Please give guidance." W.A. and Ji Shiyun nodded slightly. Big Yellow's body started contorting. The moment he made his move, it was the strongest, coquettish, profligate hoof. This posture made everyone want to burst out laughing, but they could not laugh, because they knew that this hoof was really very powerful. The reason why Big Yellow overpowered the Saint Sovereign Heavens present was by relying on this hoof. Ji Shiyun's face had no changes in expression, as if indifferent to this hoof. It was only to see her exquisite palm strike lightly. A powerful surge of rule power spewed out. Bang! Ji Shiyun did not move an inch, and Big Yellow's body flew out backward. Just one palm, and Big Yellow was already injured. Big Yellow was thick and solid. He was indifferent after receiving this palm and kicked a hoof out again. Class. H.I. plus ing against W.A. and Ji Shiyun. Same as Sun Chi W.A. and Ji Shiyun did not erupt with too much power. Everything was calm and collected, but each time Big Yellow clashed with W.A. and Ji Shiyun's palm, he would spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The powerhouses present watched until their faces looked deathly pale. Big Yellow was an existence capable of jumping realms and fighting. But in front of the 1000th place, he was unbelievably weak. Furthermore, they could tell that W.A. and Ji Shiyun was accommodating and tempering Big Yellow. Otherwise, Big Yellow would have been defeated long ago. Bang! W.A. and Ji Shiyun saw a gap and pressed a palm on Big Yellow's chest. Big Yellow spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and flew out backward. This time, he no longer had the power to fight. However, Big Yellow's eyes became brighter. Clearly, this battle had benefited him, but the others were shocked. How can this labyrinth divine palace be so strong? The 1000th place disciple, even Saint Exalt Big Yellow, isn't a match. Looks like that Sun Chi previously probably didn't use much strength at all to face off with Saint Exalt Waycloud. I somewhat believe Brother Ye's words now. The two battles made these Saint Sovereign Heavens realize that they were really too weak. Chapter 2748. First Taste of Defeat. Chapter 2748. First Taste of Defeat. Many people were unconvinced and also tested their abilities. But without exception, it was virtually the conclusion of being one-shot. Only Big Yellow lasted more than 10 moves. For a moment, the confidence of the group of Jade Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens were beaten down to the extreme. Younger brother Yi, you come and try? Saint Exalt Waycloud gave a look and said, Yi Yuan was the one who proposed to cultivate. In the end, in this current situation, there was no way to cultivate at all. They wanted to see how Yi Yuan would cultivate. In reality, they did not harbor much hope for Yi Yuan's combat power. Yi Yuan killing an upper Jade Sovereign Heaven with one sword, it relied more on the advantage of his weapon. How powerful could a grade 4 heavenly alchemist be? Yi Yuan just smiled and returned to the first cultivation room. He was not long-winded either, directly choosing the 100th place Sun Chi. When everyone saw the situation, they could not help exchanging glances. This guy was also too confident, right? Sun Chi's illusion appeared again. He looked at Yi Yuan and could not help frowning slightly as he said, Jade's Sovereign Heaven? Really weak. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Weak or not, you'll only know after fighting. Finished talking. Yi Yuan pointed his finger. 16 transformed flying swords emerged with a howl. Sun Chi's eyes lit up, and he said with a light smile, A little interesting. While speaking, Sun Chi also pointed at the void. A long sword was condensed out of thin air. Sun Chi was at the level of achieving Great Tao Transformation 2. Great Tao Transformation. Fine lad. No wonder younger brother Yi is BRIMMING with confidence. I didn't expect that he's actually a transformation powerhouse. Furthermore, he has already metamorphosed to the third form. Alchemy Dao is so monstrous. I didn't expect that his martial Dao is so terrifying too. Looks like he wants to sharpen himself and improve his great Dao transformation to the fourth form. I'm afraid that it's not that easy. 3 laws transformation, wanting to improve it is far too difficult. When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. In reality, the majority of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present were amazingly talented individuals. Otherwise, they would not have been able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven either. There were many among them who had once grasped great Tao transformation. But the further back great Tao transformation was, the more difficult the metamorphosis would be. The comprehension difficulty of rule power was an inverted pyramid. The further up, the difficulty would increase exponentially, reaching true sovereign heaven. Wanting to comprehend an equivalent level of rank 6 rule power was simply harder than ascending to heaven. Compared to the increase in cultivation realm, the comprehension of rule power was undoubtedly more difficult. The increase in realm could be assist with heavenly pills, and there was also the augmentation of cultivation method. A good cultivation method could yield twice the results with half the effort in cultivation. But the power of rules depended completely on a martial artist to comprehend little by little and emulate bit by bit. Another way was for it to be comprehended in the middle of battle. Comprehending the power of rule was difficult to begin with, and comprehending the power of rule to reach the extent of obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition was even more doubly difficult. Especially when it reached the 5th level, the comprehension of rules was even difficult to the extreme. Therefore, these people simply gave up. Rather than using a low-level form of great Tao transformation, it was more powerful to use cultivation realm and act in concert with the power of rules. From sublime realm to sovereign realm, it was a huge leap to begin with. 1 law transformation was already extremely difficult, let alone 3 laws transformation. Therefore, Yi Yuan's approach was completely wasting time in the eyes of these people. In a blink, Yi Yuan already exchanged several dozen moves with Sun Qi. This kind of combat power also left everyone in great shock. However, after several dozen moves, Yi Yuan's signs of defeat also gradually became visible. Sun Qi was well-deserving of being in the top 100 in the history of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. His combat power was formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, there were 4 light halos on the hilt of his sword, which also showed that he was at the 4th form. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure. His opponent's strength was really too strong. Sun Qi was just a 1-law transformation, but he specialized in one path and walked very far in Sword Dao. His combat power overwhelmed Yi Yuan until he could not catch his breath. After 100 moves, Sun Qi finally found a tiny opportunity in Yi Yuan's sword formation and pierced through Yi Yuan's chest with a sword. Yi Yuan was defeated. Sun Qi's figure did not dissipate immediately, but he said to Yi Yuan, "You're very strong. After your great Tao transformation breaks through to the 4th form, I won't be your match. However, I wasn't outstanding when at Jade Sovereign Heaven. I truly became powerful after becoming the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciple. However, I'm very much looking forward to fighting with you again after you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven." Everyone was stunned. It turned out that what Yi Yuan said was true. The lowest threshold for entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace was Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of powerful sect, which of the disciples that could enter it was not an amazingly talented person. Yi Yuan was actually able to fight to this extent with a top 100 powerhouse. This also proved indirectly that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful. which was also to say that if they encountered Yi Yuan in the same rank, they could only be thrashed. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said with a nod, "After I break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll definitely come here again." Coming all the way, Yi Yuan crushed his peers and jumped realms to challenge. This was still his first time being defeated at the hands of a martial artist at the same rank. Yi Yuan had a level-headed disposition, and it was naturally not that he could not accept this result. But this defeat also stoked his compet. 1. Tive Spirit again. This match earlier, he had been in a situation of pa-s, Sively taking a beating all along, starting from the first move. Being able to last 100 moves, it was completely by relying on his keen fighting instincts. If it were others, even if they comprehended 3 laws transformation, it was likely hard to last 30 moves to. The opponent was powerful until it was suffocating. This cultivation room could record down the strongest form of disciples and project them, killing their way into the top 100 in history. Each of these people was powerful to the extreme. Because this cultivation room only recorded the top 1,000, future generation disciples would continuously refresh and eliminate their seniors, leaving their figures in here. Those able to get left behind were all experts among experts, geniuses among geniuses. In reality, Yi Yuan being able to last until now, with 3 laws transformation, was already a miracle. But what he wanted was not this. So what if Labyrinth Divine Palace? So what if being among the top 100 in history, Yi Yuan, would never admit defeat? Not as good as you, then I'll cultivate until I defeat everybody. Sun Qi nodded slightly and said, "Are you still coming?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. Swallowing a heavenly pill, his injuries recovered rapidly. He did not hesitate either, leaping and entering the training ground again. Younger brother Ye's fighting instinct is terrifyingly strong. Even if cultivation and rules are the exact same as his, wanting to win him is immensely difficult too. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said with a solemn expression. It was not that he had not seen geniuses before, but he had really not met a genius like Yi Yuan before. Those present were not rookies, but old fellows who had lived to a ripe old age. When Yi Yuan was at 30 moves, signs of defeat were already revealed. But he forcefully lasted 100 moves. Not everyone could achieve this sort of thing. Waecloud nodded and said, "This guy is simply born for battle." When Sun Qi was at the 43rd move, I thought that Yi Yuan would definitely lose. Who knew that he actually utilized spatial rule to dodge it? This kind of application is simply brilliant to the max. If it's off by a tiny bit, it won't work no matter what. This guy's potential is too great. Chapter 2749, Win 1 by 1. Chapter 2749, Win 1 by 1. This is already the 223rd match. Doesn't this guy know fatigue? Saint Exalt Purple Sun's face showed some admiration. Starting from the first match, Yi Yuan and Sun Qi had already fought 223rd matches in a month's time. During this, apart from regulating his breathing and recovering his strength, Yi Yuan did not rest for a moment. This kind of high-intensity battles, even if they were Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they were unable to bear it too. Fighting like this, regardless of whether it was mentally or physically, it would be in an extremely tense state. Under this kind of extreme state, ordinary people would go crazy after continuing it for a long time. Even if it was a cultivation maniac, they would not be able to accomplish this too. It could be seen from this how powerful Yi Yuan's willpower was. Saint Exalt Skyfortune let out a sigh and said, "This guy's talent is too strong. In 1 month, he didn't win a single match, but the improvement in strength is too obvious. Now, he can already fight with Sun Qi for more than 1,000 moves." Saint Exalt Waecloud said, Not only that, his transformed swords already reached 33, the power skyrocketing. The third form already reached the realm of major accomplishment, and is already not far from grand completion anymore. The group of powerhouses witnessed Yi Yuan's growth in this 1 month with their own eyes. It could only be described using 4 words: struck dumb with amazement. This guy's improvement was too fast. In virtually every battle, Yi Yuan would have growth. From the initial 100 moves to 150 moves, 300 moves, all the way until now, more than 1,000 moves, Yi Yuan had practically fought to a draw with Sun Qi. This kind of improvement speed was something that they did not even dare to imagine. They all scoffed when Yi Yuan came to cultivate initially, but now no one spoke. Being able to cultivate to Saint Sovereign Heaven, these big shots examined their own conscience and felt that their talent was not worse than anyone else. But now, facing Yi Yuan, they were only left with shame because of their inadequacy. Both sides were people from completely different worlds. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of fierce fighting with Sun Qi. Today, a month later, he was practically no longer in a disadvantageous position when fighting with Sun Qi. And this was still under the circumstances that Yi Yuan had not broken through to the 4th form. Battle was never about purely competing with one's cultivation realm. Yi Yuan's application of sword formations already reached the extent where it was mastered to perfection. His comprehension of the 3 great rules grew deeper. With each Pa-S, Sing-Day, 3 laws transformation, want to maintain the greatest power that required the coordination of 3 great rules. If one had a shortcoming or there was one that was too strong, it would break the balance of transformation, causing the power to be lacking. In this 1 month, Yi Yuan really gleaned significant benefits from fighting with the other party. Sun Qi's strength was absolutely formidable to the extreme. One should not look at how he was only ranked 100th among the young geniuses that spanned all the heavens. That was at the level of looking down proudly at the world. Under such overwhelming pressure, Yi Yuan's potential was also being squeezed out. Yi Yuan had once comprehended the sword on the 7 great sea regions' nameless island. After that, Yi Yuan's sword Dao had been staying on top of the other 2 Daos. But after this month of tempering, Yi Yuan's 3 great rules had already advanced together and fused into one again. These 3 great rules were not some cabbages, especially spatial rule. The power was not the slightest bit weaker compared to some 3 laws or 5 laws too. These 3 great rules coordinating and unifying let Yi Yuan's combat power soar crazily. Chop! Suddenly, Yi Yuan howled, 33 transformed swords suddenly condensing into one, bursting forth with a dazzling light. Chopping down with a sword, Sun Qi was sent flying out together with his sword. The powerhouses present stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape once more. This he won. 1 month, defeating a heaven's chosen. This guy is really impressive. Us old fellows should really find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. No way. Your father is going to cultivate too. Someone 100 times more talented than you, who is also 100 times more diligent than you. What qualifications do you have to be lazy? Your father is going to cultivate too. Yi Yuan defeating Sun Qi with 1 sword deeply triggered the powerhouses present. Not because Yi Yuan's talent was great, but it was because of Yi Yuan's diligence. Strong talent, that was heaven showing favor. It could not be changed. But some things could be changed. Yi Yuan's diligence made these old fellows perspire from embarrassment. Sun Qi was just a projection. His defeat did not result in any damage. Very soon, he recovered back to new and looked at Yi Yuan and said, I lost. You're more outstanding than me in the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven. After 1 month of tempering, he finally won against Sun Qi. This also made him very happy. When I reach Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll similarly be more outstanding than you. Yi Yuan said confidently. Sun Qi shook his head lightly and said, when I entered the sect, I couldn't even rank into the top 100,000 people in the sect. But 100 years later, I crushed my peers and squeezed into the top 10. The Jade Sovereign Heaven Me and Saint Sovereign Heaven Me, they completely can't be mentioned in the same breath. These words shocked the powerhouses present again. 100,000th place. Great Tao Transformation Fourth Form could only rank 100,000th place in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. This was simply nuts. However, this Sun Qi was a model of inspiration too. Ever since entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he actually leaped over the metaphorical Dragon Gate and soared to the sky in one leap, killing his way into the top 10 after 100 years. This top 10 referred to the contemporary era's top 10. But the young powerhouses recorded in this cultivation room were the Labyrinth Divine Palace's powerhouses through the ages. For countless years, the Labyrinth Divine Palace produced countless amazingly talented people. For Sun Qi to be able to squeeze into the top 10, it was sufficient to show what kind of level he grew to in the future. Yi Yuan's brows also furrowed when he heard it. This was really quite demoralizing. However, he also yearned for Saint Sovereign Heaven even more. After reaching the realm of the Saint Sovereign Heaven, he must make a trip here. Yi Yuan said coolly, to me, it's all the same. You aren't my goal. Sun Qi just smiled and said, you have to be careful when challenging those guys in front. Some of them are true geniuses, Cruz, H.I., plus-ing all the way from Jade's Sovereign Heaven realm. I've fought countless matches in the cultivation room and challenged them countless times, but I failed to succeed too. They are strong until it makes people despair. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, rest assured, I'll win one by one. I hope so. After Sun Qi finished talking, his figure disappeared. When the others heard, they were even more speechless, especially those Jade Sovereign Heavens. They were already demoralized until they were battered black and blue all over. Against 100,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens, what kind of terrifying scene was that? Among 100,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens, killing until the top 100. How horrifying was that? No, this top 100 was not just the 100th place among 100,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens, but the 100th place among countless Saint Sovereign Heavens. Sigh, we're really frogs at the bottom of a well. The rain-clear continent is too small. No wonder. No wonder after those true geniuses attained Tao, they all wanted to take the sea route and attempt to reach the other side. Sup 1/sup. Big Yellow looked at Yi Yuan's back view and left silently, walking towards the 10th cultivation room. If it was before, he only willingly followed Yi Yuan because he could refine pills. However, now he was really impressed. Yi Yuan was completely not what a tiny little rain-clear continent could trap. His stage was on the other side of the sea,